All right. Good evening, everyone. We are at our November work session. It is 6:01, and we are going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Here.
Mr. Stevens,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Here.
Dr. Yeager,
Here.
Dr. Dykeman,
Here.
Mr. Worthy,
Here.
Dr. Gant,
Here.
Dr. Knox,
Here.
and Dr. Maddox.
Here.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. So we do have a quorum present. We will move forward with item number 2 on our agenda, which is to amend or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
I move that we adopt the agenda as written.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion made by Mr. Davis, a second by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion or questions? Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll on all of those in favor of adopting the agenda as printed before us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll move forward with item number 3. And item number 3 covers our informational items. We'll start with item 3.1, which is our early Head Start and Head Start Council meeting minutes. Were there any questions or follow-up discussion about this report?
I just wanted to ask, presumably these meetings have been on Zoom, and if they continue to plan on doing that.
Yes, we have been conducting them via Zoom, and we will continue to conduct via Zoom until which time we are able to begin meeting in person again. But we are currently conducting that via Zoom.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Are there any additional questions or discussion? Okay, we'll move forward with item 3.2, and that's our SPLOS monthly report that was provided. Are there any follow-up questions or discussion? Okay, I don't see any hands or messages. So we'll move forward with item number 3.3, which is our Athens Community Career Academy report. Any questions, follow-up discussion?
I'd like to reserve the right to revisit this one. I'm sorry I didn't get through it.
Okay. Ms. Davis, you mean reserve the right to follow up with a person with questions, or reserve the right to revisit this during the meeting?
With questions later. Thank you. I'll email them after the meeting.
Okay, sure. Any additional follow-up questions or discussion for this item? Okay, all right. Thank you for those informational reports to our cabinet and staff that provided those reports. We'll move forward with item number 4 on our agenda, and these are our community board and community reports. We'll start first with area 4.1, our Athens Area Community Foundation. Are there any updates there?
No, not updates, but I will submit the report. I apologize for not having it submitted.
Okay. Thank you. What about our Community Oversight Committee?
Yeah, there's nothing that isn't in the other report that we just looked at, this VLOS report. Things are progressing. I think the fields are mostly finished. The local school building committee for Chase met, I believe, and I haven't heard how that went, but I think they were working on deciding whether it would be a rebuild or a renovation. Maybe Mr. Galbraith could answer any questions about that. But otherwise, the tax receipts for this month were in pretty good shape. So all systems go. Still looking for new members if anyone's interested.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes, sir.
you meant Clark Middle instead of Chase.
Did I say Chase? I'm sorry.
Yes, just for the record, it's Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'm sorry. I'm kind of tired today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a
Appreciate
little
it.
surprised. I was like, oh, whoa, wait, I got some catching up to do. But I certainly understand that. I think it's been a long week, 2 weeks for everyone. But thank you for that update, Dr. Yeager and Mr. Fisher. Okay, we'll move forward with Envision Athens.
Yes, Envision Athens is still going strong. We have our executive IOC meeting, I believe next Thursday. And other than that, nothing new to report. They still are having weekly meetings that you can join, and you've already received that information about how to log in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for that update. And then our Georgia School Boards Association. I haven't updated or provided a report. I'm waiting on the notes. I communicated with Mr. Davis a good bit. Was it last Tuesday, Mr. Davis, or this Tuesday? I can't remember.
Last Tuesday was voting day. No, it was the Tuesday before.
Okay, I'm sorry. And yeah, it was a very interesting meeting. So I did attend as a delegate, as the board had determined, and cast votes for the legislative positions. There were some very interesting conversations and debate. And so I will, as soon as I receive, I hope I haven't received it and just overlooked it, but I'll send out an update once that's sent out through GSBA. Mr. Davis, am I overlooking anything, or have we received something and maybe I overlooked it?
No, we haven't. But again, I'm using this opportunity to inform the community that based on what I heard from you, Dr. Gant, the Georgia School Board Association is now on record for lobbying on behalf of the undocumented students who graduate from our schools and are being forced to pay out of state or sometimes triple, as if they're a foreign student, and that the Georgia School Board Association will now lobby to stop that from continuing. So kudos to y'all's work last week ago Tuesday.
That's right. Thank you. There was some very interesting conversation and discussions and debate around that issue in general. And so, yeah, Mr. Davis, do you remember what I said that it passed by? I can't remember either. Maybe that'll be in the notes.
It was a sizable number. I want to say it was in that it passed over 60%. Yes.
And so that's awesome. I mean, I think it's reflective of Clark County's values, that all of our students are important and we want to be in a position where we support any lobbying to remove any barriers from marginalized populations and families. So thank you, Mr. Davis, for your work on that. I know I had to reach out to you a few times that morning to get some clarity, but so that's the only update that I have with that, with the Georgia School Boards Association right now. Any questions? Okay. Okay, we will we'll move forward with the board president's report. And Dr. Thomas, I may sort of place this, I know there's overlap in what you have to share with us. And so that is all that I have to share right now. There are a couple of other updates that I'm hoping I'll have more details on, and I will place those updates in the document as they come in. And so that between now and next week. But the only other thing would have been the Cognia clarification. And so Dr. Thomas, I'm gonna go ahead and turn that over to you. And then I know that that'll lead into your superintendent's report as well.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Gant. I did speak with Dr. Keith Schaefer, and he is the team lead for our visit from Cognia next month. And I know that we had some questions after we met last week to gain clarity on the directives under standard 1.7. The first one was Directive 1 is to develop written procedures to ensure the number of members of board committees does not present the possibility of a quorum being established during the convening of a meeting. And that one we were 100% accurate on, in that the issue is not so much about us adhering to open meetings law and posting of those meetings, but instead is more about the public perception of decisions being made in committees. And that was what we covered last week. So I don't want to take up significant time on that, but his statement was just that we want to be sure that decisions are made within full transparency, and we have to be cautious when making decisions that individuals do not have the ear of more than a quorum and then are able to advocate for a particular agenda. So in essence, what we stated when we talked about this before is just avoiding the perception that decisions are being made prior to reaching the work session where the work of the entire board takes place. Directive 2 was the one we had the most uncertainty about, and that one was utilizing the advisory committee structure to effectively gather feedback to help all board members receive the same information prior to rendering decisions. So in speaking with him, I asked, was there confusion between our committee structure and advisory committees? And he said no, that they did mean advisory committees. So then I asked, was the directive that we establish advisory committees? And he said no, that instead this directive was more of a suggestion based on concerns expressed from community members when they did the last interviews, that there were concerns that special interest groups or select individuals within the community have an undue influence on board decision-making. And so he was just saying that the team suggested that if the board is going to utilize input from these pseudo advisory groups or in this manner, that the input should come from a more formalized structure, thus their recommendation that we might want to consider advisory committees. However, in continuing my discussion with him this morning, we did agree that adding advisory committees or that structure within itself does not eliminate the potential for select individuals to have the ear of the board and to use that access as a means to influence decisions that might not be aligned to the best interests of the majority. So he asked the question, how does input get to district leadership or board members? And we talked about emails, speaking at board meetings, and other ways, phone calls to board members. And he said that the goal of the recommendation is simply to eliminate board members having their own private advisors. And we must work to remove undue influence from outside entities and instead ensure that our decision-making is more objective. The perception is that certain groups get the ear of the board, they get things done, and thus are able to create their own agendas or issues that might not be reflective of the concerns of the majority. So the advisory structure might help with this, but the primary goal is just to ensure that the board is less influenced by small segments of the community. And again, that's just strictly based on the input that they received from interviews. So does anyone have any questions that I can attempt to provide clarity to from this discussion with Dr. Schaefer?
Dr. Thomas, one of the things I meant to follow up and ask about when you said that, so technically, you know, the policy that we have where we do provide the opportunity for like community groups to meet with the board. Did you get the sense, and I guess this may be something we can process a little bit later as a board, but did you get the sense that that may be, I mean, that's a pretty transparent process and that it outlines that that group has to make the request of the board, then the board considers it. I know it does not diminish or, you know, prevent individuals from having different advisors or being aligned to different groups, but
Right.
do you think that, did you get the sense that that would be something that would be one effort, I guess I should say, that could be highlighted as a way to decrease that?
I think so. And if it's presented in a way, I think it could go either way, right? So one group could then totally influence what the board does in meeting with one group. So I believe that in how we respond to that concern in our Cogni report would be to show how we are working to receive balanced feedback from a variety of constituents rather than, so it could be a positive, and this is just strictly my interpretation, when, you know, if we said that, I don't know, we talked to teacher advisory board and parent advisory board and LSGTs about something versus, you know, saying that we strictly talk to a parent group or, you know, we received feedback from a group of community members at a board meeting about whatever issue, but then we sought feedback from different communities by, you know, a survey or asking the schools to, you know, collect data, that kind of thing. So the bigger issue, or not issue, concern seems to be trying to solicit balanced input rather than allowing any particular group to establish the agenda, but to use that feedback from a group as insight, but then for the board to work in a manner to try to make objective decisions by gaining information from a variety of sources. I hope that made sense, Dr. Gant.
I do appreciate that. I think it makes sense the way you explained it. I guess my concern is that I'm not sure how to respond and make a plan to respond to Cognia about this particular issue, because I don't think there's any way, and I don't even think we want to figure out how people are responding to us or I mean, anybody can speak during a meeting, so public comment. So we don't have any way to know who they are or what their agenda is or what they want to talk about. And same thing with emails. And I think that's a good thing. So I guess I'm just not sure how, I understand the concern, but I'm not sure how to make it so that we get balanced feedback.
A good point. Dr. Yeager, say your hand up.
I was just going to say what I wrote in the chat just a minute ago, which is I think the long discussions we've had about our communication norms and how we pass along information that we get individually from the community to the rest of the board or to you, or, you know, I think that must be something we can hold up and say, look, we're working on this. Because, you know, if we you know, let's say someone thinks I have a, you know, an advisor sitting behind me sending things. I mean, which is kind of silly, but okay. What I do with that information is important, right? So how I share that information with the rest of you, I think the point is that we should be sharing with each other as much as we can, and including sharing it with you. And that's part of what we worked through in our communication norms. So it seems like for Mr. Barloff to sort of put this in the box of how we're responding to this directive, it would be that development of that communication norm to improve
Yes.
transparency among us. Just my opinion.
So Dr. Gant, you and I can get together and capture some of this feedback in our conversations with Mr. Barnum.
Okay, sounds good. And if if people have any other ideas, from my understanding, there will be like a narrative response, even after uploading, certain artifacts and things like that. The only thing that I just thought of that is also related to this is I did want to sort of provide a heads up that we may have to try to squeeze in one more work session or one more gathering, just to be sure that we actually can conceptualize everything that has been pulled together, all of the different things that we've done. I know I've spoken with different people about different things. Like I know Kara sent some of our norms. Dr. Yeager has been working extensively with policy, and I've asked for some information there. But it does seem like it would be helpful for us to carve out a time to really just see everything put together, including our reply and our response to Katnia. So just be on the lookout for that and several other emails over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I do. I really appreciate that. I was thinking about that earlier today, and what Dr. Dykeman did with the norms, I thought was very helpful. And so I think that's the kind of thing you're talking about. If I could, before we close out this particular topic, I wanted to go back to the first question, Dr. Thomas, and
yes, sir.
not that you can, you're trying to interpret what someone else had said, but I'm still confused about, we have committees of 4. We have 9 on the board. So by definition, 4 can make a recommendation and move it to, for the entire board to consider. That's formally how it would be done. If there is if there's another board member who is simply present and engaged in the discussion, I'm trying to figure out, they may or may not be acquiescing to what was being recommended to the entire board from that committee. So I'm not, I'm hoping that Cognia appreciates the fact that, we do have board members who, our board wants to be informed and wants to be knowledgeable. And just because they attend a committee meeting and perhaps participate, when it comes to actually moving an item forward for a considered decision of the entire board, that is done through a voting mechanism, or at least of the committee members. And so did you get the sense that they just don't want committees to ever have 5 members there? I mean, to put it bluntly.
He was not that direct, but he was clear that there can be times when you're right. So I think it can happen both ways, where a person is there to hear and be informed and be a part of the discussion. But if we're not cautious, that being a part of the discussion can still be interpreted, and he kept using the word perception, that being a part of the discussion can be interpreted as a unofficial means of a vote, or checking the pulse of where people stand on a particular issue. So even if you're not acquiescing to what other members have said, that within itself can also kind of be a vote of, okay, well, I know that Mr. Davis doesn't agree with X. And there are a couple of instances that I can think of where that has occurred. That, you know, we did some post checking. And so it seems to me that he was just urging us to be cautious when we engage in that type of conduct, that, you know, and just kind of trying to get an idea of how people feel or stand on something can be seen as essentially an unofficial way of taking a vote or knowing where the board stands.
Okay, so let me just go back to what you know, Dr. Yeager talked about in terms of the norms and that type of thing. And then I'm just wondering if perhaps to address this issue, that that if a board member who is not on the committee attends a committee meeting, then they just don't participate in discussion. Is that does that seem like it would appease the concerns that they have? And is that something that we need to actually put in the norm? I don't want to keep, I'm trying to push the envelope, but I'm trying to clarify. You know, I think board members should be encouraged to attend committee meetings, not encouraged, but should be allowed to attend committee meetings they're not on. And if it means that they can't participate in the discussion, at least, you know, that will at least give me some, not just clarity, but at least it will answer, at least it's a compromise.
Some guidance and some structure. So an example would be, I was trying to think of an example that's not real because I'm not interested in incriminating us myself. So let's just pretend we were looking at the program that we were looking to do at Gaines Elementary, using the old Gaines building, every time I get ready to talk about it, I can't think of the name of it.
BizTown.
Thank you. So yeah, then the program that you were so excited about, BizTown. So if let's just say we were in a committee meeting, and I don't know what committee that would fall in, but let's just pretend we're in a committee meeting. We're talking about BizTown. We have 7 of the 9 board members present. I'm interested in bringing BizTown to a work session to get on an agenda for a vote. We go around and we talk about BizTown. Dr. Knox says, you know, my child participated in this. I think it's great. I've seen the benefits. Ms. Davis says that I'm a BizTown graduate myself. I think it's, you know, I've seen it. I think it's wonderful. Mr. Davis, you say, you know what? I've seen programs like this in the past. They don't work. I'm not sure that this is where we need to spend our money. Dr. Dykeman jumps in and says, so, okay, we have 7 people and we've gone around and everyone has essentially given their opinion on this BizTown model. So that could be perceived as I've kind of already, as an interim superintendent, gotten a vote in my mind of where this is going to fall. And I go back to BizTown and either say, let's ax it, or you better do this, this, and this, because I can tell you I have 5 of the 7 board members now who really support it, but I've got 2 that are on the fence and 2 that weren't there, and this is what we need to do. So does that example kind of help?
Yeah, it does. I understand the example. I'm just saying that if only the committee members had that discussion and the other 3 board members were simply listening. There was a presentation, they listened to the presentation. They certainly formed opinions, but those opinions were never expressed in the meeting. Then you as a superintendent would walk out of there and say, well, Mr. Davis seemed to have a smile on his face, or he seemed to be frowning. That's going too beyond, I think, the scope of putting you in the position of mind reader. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that to address that scenario, that we perhaps establish a norm that does not discourage board members or forbid, heaven forbid, board members from attending committee meetings, but that the understanding is that except for the minutes, which may list their name, they don't say anything. They don't issue an opinion, and that becomes a norm of how we conduct committee meetings. So I'm proposing that as a additional norm that may address what Cognia's concern is on this score.
I want to weigh in on this because that's not going to work, Greg. What you're saying, see, one of the total purposes with these committees, you have 4 on the committee. And as I said, I don't know how many times, you can't have 5 now because that's a full, without a board, that's a full board meeting. And when it comes to voting, something was already passed. Now, the next thing I wanted to say, like what you're saying, that's the sole purpose of allowing other board members to attend these committee meetings, because they have full knowledge of what have been discussed in that committee meeting before it goes to the full board. You may even have the full board there. That's an advantage. But like what Dr. Thomas said a few minutes ago, you have 4 committee members there, and you may have 3 board members there. Well, they have full knowledge of what has been discussed in that committee meeting. I know that's one of the sole purposes of the committee meeting. But to have them there and they're not saying anything, you're treating them the same as citizens that can attend these committee meetings and not say anything.
Well, Charles, I agree with you philosophically. I just don't know how to address Cognia's, what we're perceiving as Cognia's concern.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we had this discussion before, I think it was in our norms discussion, did we agree to have another norm discussion around the committees? Because there were some other concerns as well. And is this the time that we're having that discussion?
Well, Ms. Davis, if I'm correct, I don't think we did. I would have to go back. I'm happy to go back and check our discussion, listen to our norms video, but I don't think we did. But also perhaps we need to, maybe we need to talk more about committees. I mean, it seems to be a few different options moving forward.
Maybe it was one of the things we said we will look at next year, because one of the concerns that I have is like, even in our makeup of our committees, I mean, we have committees where we have the entire executive team on a committee. That brings inherent power in terms of influencing the board's decision, the agenda, and so many other things. And so I would really like for us to take time to kind of take this committee concern apart. Maybe not in this work session, but in one of our other development sessions, because I think that there are a lot of things that we can consider. There are some logical things that could happen that would make this more efficient. And then there are other things that just, kind of, I'd like for us to vet those things in an overall look at how our committee structure works and who's on the committees and how does that in turn play out in terms of keeping the balance of power where it needs to be seated.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely think we can do some more work around committees. So for instance, like one, the number of committees. Do we need, 4 standing committees? And the number of people on committees, right? Right now, I think everyone is required to sign up for a certain amount, but is that something we need to revisit, as a board? I know we won't be able to decide all of this between now and December 6th. So
Yeah.
I'm very hopeful that some of the other steps that we are taking, like, particularly with the second one, just trying to show our communication norms and things like that. But, I've joined you all. I am a little bit concerned about, what we do about that first directive between now and then.
But I heard Dr. Thomas say that that the structure wasn't the concern. It was the advisory piece of that. If I misunderstood that, I'm sorry.
The advisory piece was for the second portion of the
Okay.
directive. The first portion was about having a majority of board members present in a committee meeting.
Okay.
And maybe I'm being overly optimistic tonight, but I do believe that in our response, documenting these conversations and considerations about committee structure and next steps that we're taking, I know that our goal isn't to want to be in progress on everything, and we want some things complete, but also recognizing that you can't do a thorough job in fixing everything at 100% at one time. And so I feel as though the board has worked to address many of the directives in the report, and we're having extensive communications about this area, and documenting that communication and next steps can be, in my mind, seen very positively as steps in the right direction versus them expecting to come in and just see a completion of everything. I don't even think it's possible for us to have completed everything in a way that is thorough and genuine, I would like to say, rather than simply being about compliance. To do this work in an authentic and genuine way takes time and reflection and a process versus just saying, okay, we changed that structure, next. And us being able to capture that in writing, in my opinion, is the more critical part of the work.
Thank you.
Opinion of one, as I've been saying a lot lately, but.
I think
Thank
this
you.
one still needs work. Yeah.
Thank you for the update. And so we at least can make a written note that there are some implications for policy in the future. As we look, actually, because we'll be deciding on committees in January, and while it may not happen before then, we need to revisit this at some point. But we are beginning conversations and have taken some steps.
Totally.
Any other comments or questions?
I think as we revisit that, I would really like for us to make sure that we understand and outline the duties of the committees, because I think that too creates some of the confusion about what we're doing and how we do things. So I've seen different levels of engagement on different committees. So yes, when we do revisit this, I think it would be nice to just take an overall look at exactly the structure and the purpose of those committees and make sure that they are in alignment with our strategic plan and our governance role to ensure to our constituents and the people that elected us that we are actually doing the governance oversight of the school district. That seems to be the critical piece for me.
That's a good idea, Linda, because I have had several phone calls from stakeholders inquiring about these committee meetings. And let me just say this, and I had tried to explain explicitly to at least two stakeholders, no. So how could you all have a committee meeting and then of course you have a quorum there, 6 or 7 board members there, that's a board meeting. No, it's not a board meeting. It's a committee meeting. If it's finance, if it's property, whatever committee it is, it has been posted. It has been posted as a committee meeting and also sent to the media, mainly to the newspaper in terms of a committee meeting. So it's not a board meeting. That's the way those committee meetings are set up, and that's the way that they are structured. But like some of the things that you said a few minutes ago, Linda, I think that if you put it, of course, we all realize that these committees listed in the policy, but we need to be a little bit more explicit about them. And I think that would help some.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me just say that I think I have on my list of things to do in January, although I may not be the policy chair committee. We'll see how that goes, but that the policy committee should revisit the BBC policy in January. So there are whole long paragraphs about what each committee is in charge of, and they are indeed aligned to the strategic goals, as Linda suggested, but we can revisit the policy and look at it again in January.
And this one, I think, would be a full board discussion as opposed to the policy committee, because again, we're all impacted by that. And I think it would be most impactful if the full board had that discussion. So maybe it's a retreat topic or something, because I don't think that we're looking for partial, members of the board to make decisions about the full board, and for the rest of the board to not have input on how this policy can be more effective. So again, to me, this is one that would probably be stronger if the full board participated in that discussion. So I'm suggesting it as a development item.
Yeah, and we can figure that out. I would say that, we can determine in the future if it needs to be if it should be development, included in our retreat, or actually at both places. I don't see the harm necessarily, since eventually it will fall to policy anyway, if there were any changes made. So as long as we have a note, it's on record that we definitely want to revisit this. It sounds like there are enough of us that feel like we probably need to revisit it and clarify it in some ways. And based on Dr. Thomas's report, we are starting conversations about it, and perhaps that will be certainly not enough to complete the process, but will count towards progress, while also recognizing, Mr. Davis's, concerns and a little bit of my urgency, what can we do right now? But it sounds like right now we'll plan on talking about it more as far as significant changes in the future. Okay.
But I would like to point out that, as John pointed out from the very beginning, this whole issue of how the committee structure takes place within the Clark County School District was based on incorrect data that was on our website, and it wasn't phrased the way that the policy was written. So we've got that clear. So at least that's something we can contribute to the discussion with Cognia.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that certainly is something we can point out. I just don't think it covers everything. And so, but it certainly is one of the things or actions that we can include in the narrative. And again, that if we are able to come back together, we'll be able to see all of the different pieces and how they fit together. Okay, Dr. Yeager, and then we'll move forward, Dr. Thomas, with your reopening update.
I'm just trying to get a feeling for why there's so much suspicion about these committees. They're open to everyone. Anyone can watch and listen if it's in the room or if it's on the video. There's nothing going on that isn't open records. What is it about the committees that's generating so much suspicion in the community? Anybody can enlighten me on that?
Can we have that conversation at our meeting?
At which meeting?
Whenever we bring this back up again, I don't know. I thought that we were moving away from this discussion item. I'm sorry.
Well, that's an excellent question that Dr. Yeager brought up. You know, if though something is going on, or people are suspicious of that we're doing something that we shouldn't be doing. And that's why I said what I said a few minutes ago, Dr. Yeager. I think that if we, like I said, these committees are already listed in policy, but we need to work on those and sort of enhance them, restructure them, and also put it out there to the public, you know, with these committee meetings, policy committee, finance committee, property committee, government relations committee. This is the purpose of these committees. You're welcome to attend these committees. You know, it's open to the public. You got to follow the open meetings law, etc. And I think that that would clear up some things. Part of what we deal with a whole bunch of things, not only with these committees, people just don't understand it.
All right. Moving forward, were there any other answers to Dr. Yeager's question? Okay. So to be continued, that conversation. Dr. Thomas, turning the floor over to you for the school reopening update, the disparity study presentation, as well as I know we have some guests here for these as well, the TAB presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So my reopening is very brief. We've spent a lot of time on that in the last couple of weeks. In addition, I sent you all probably more than you wanted to read on yesterday, but there were some timely items that I wanted to get out, just information for you. With our reopening, Nurse Amy worked with the Department of Public Health and coordinated a drive-through COVID testing, and that was on Tuesday, I think, of this week. And in true Amy Rourke form, we broke a record for the number of people that have participated in a drive-through event. We had 350 people to go through that event. And if individuals were symptomatic, then DPH and the nurses gave them a rapid test and then followed that up with the more traditional test. And those individuals were allowed to pull off to the side for 15 minutes while they waited for those rapid test results. So they provided multiple levels of service and differentiation based on the needs of those that came through. We should have all of those results by the first of the week. And so we're excited to have had so many families and staff members to participate in the drive-through testing. We have placed in board docs just for you a PDF of the indicator sheet. We shared that we would be developing a dashboard, and Mr. Schooneman and Ms. Rourke and James Barlament have worked together with the help of Ms. Beth Moore and Mr. Harris's team and the consultant that's assisting us to create a dashboard that just helps us to keep a picture, an indicator and pulse on different indicators throughout each week. But we have included in your board docs just a sample of that from last week so that you can see what that will look like. And my only other related update is that I was excited to include in the email communication to you yesterday that we do indeed have the ION technology that we have heard so much about. The representative from that company was here today and met with Mr. Bailey and left a lot of literature for you all to read. So we have that available if anyone wants to pick that up, just about their equipment and systems and how it works in order to support clean, healthy air in buildings. And I did provide you all with an update yesterday on who has those units already, but additional units have come in. So as of today, Cedar Shoals still needs, so let me be clear. Some schools have building-wide already ION system structures in place. Other schools do not. For those schools that do not, our first priority is to make sure that there is a system attached to the HVAC unit that serves the nursing and or quarantine room areas. And then once we get all of those covered, which should be prior to students returning, then we're moving to placing those units on every machine. It's just a matter of getting that equipment in into the system. So as of today, every school has an ION machine, either school-wide or attached to their quarantine room, except for Cedar Shoals, Fowler Drive, HB Stroud, Timothy, and Whitehead, and those are getting installed. So they have the materials and equipment in. Mr. Bailey has what he needs. They got some additional ones installed today, and they're getting other ones are in progress as we speak to be installed. And then once that's done and we have the equipment, then we will move to ensuring that every school has school-wide coverage. Those right now with building-wide coverage are BHL, WR Coyle, Hillsman, Oglethorpe Avenue, and I think that's it. And as you can tell, it's our new construction. So even prior to the pandemic, our SPLOS team and builders were forward-thinking and had already invested in this technology for our schools. Are there any questions that I can answer for you related to this? Just know we will be ready to pivot at any point that we recognize we've worked today on criteria for when we will send home a class or a grade level. And we have our school-wide COVID teams and our district-wide COVID team that will be monitoring daily, and we are prepared to make a pivot at any point that our numbers suggest that we're seeing a significant increase to the point that it becomes a safety issue for that school, I think. Dr. Knox and Mr. Davis.
Yep. Thank you. And it's great to hear these plans. I just wanted to follow up on something that is probably maybe in a document I haven't read yet, but I just wanted to follow up. In terms of the pivoting, we tend to think of that, I guess, in terms of students. But I guess I'm interested with regard to teachers. So yeah, what do we do if say teachers come down with COVID? And is there a break point where if we don't have enough subs, then we close a school or a district? So anything about teachers, COVID, and what we're supposed to do from a staffing situation? Hopefully they're not told that they have to come in.
No, they do not. They are not allowed to come in. The expectation is that they not come in. And that information was shared last week in the communication. But Ms. Duke, can you speak to that?
Sure. We've gotten a lot of questions around that, and I feel like I've answered it to different people and at the public meeting last week, but let me try to distill it all together. Under the federal act, there are 80 hours of COVID leave allowed, and we have agreed to extend that for our staff that needs to quarantine. We realize that the possibility that a staff member might need to quarantine multiple times exist, and we don't want them to choose between getting their pay docked and reporting to us that they've been exposed. So we can put that aside as a worry for our staff. As far as what's the magic switch for figuring out when to close a school because we don't have enough subs, I used the phrase play it by ear last week, and people didn't particularly care for that, I think. But it's not this hard, fast, set rule because we just don't know. Because when you start to spread subs out over the buildings and our staff out over the buildings, then it might be, a small number and we've got to close down because we just don't have enough to cover. So I've assured people that we're not doing like we've done in years past, where we double up students in a class to cover the class when we don't have a sub. That just isn't going to work, obviously. So we have told our principals to let us know when they start to feel like they're getting short on coverage, because they have staff in their building that can help cover, and to let us know as soon as they can, so we can, of course, we'll be monitoring it as well, but so we can send some district office instructional staff out to help cover morning of. But I have told people when we get to that point where we're sending out district staff to cover, that we're probably looking at a partial close of that school, or maybe even an entire close of that school. Did that help answer your question?
Good. Thank you. And I'm glad that have that for everybody kind of on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, first off, I want to say that I was able to hear the presentation of the staff last week at Cedar Shoals, and I compliment the presentations, and I'm very appreciative, and I think for the community, a lot of the questions were answered. And also, I took advantage of on Tuesday, and this was last Tuesday, the COVID testing, and that ran very smoothly, and I do appreciate that, and hopefully we can do a repetition of that. I know that took a lot of work and a lot of staff hours, but anyway, that was both very. There was two big things I think we accomplished as a district that I'm proud of. In terms of the ION equipment, and how back ordered is it? Do we have a sense? I know we've waited a long time for the iPads or whatever the equipment we needed for our younger grades, but Mr. Fisher, have you got some kind of ballpark? Is this a hot item now, or is this something that is rolling off the press?
It is a hot item, Mr. Davis, and as fast as we can get them in, we're trying to get them installed. Like Dr. Thomas said, we met with Mr. Bailey, and he's trying to get them in. We met with the representative. That's why we met with the representative today, to find out, what would be the arrival time, or, when we order those. And again, like everything else, and because it is new technology, everybody's trying to get them. But we do have orders in, and as soon as they get them in, we're trying to get them installed. I don't have a definite timeline, Mr. Davis, to give you, but we're trying to get them in as quick as we can get them.
Mr. Bailey said the installation is very quick, unless in some places the distance is challenging, but even in that, they're creating what is needed in terms of infrastructure to get those be able to connect those to the HVAC units. So like he told me today, he didn't expect that shipment to come in, and it came in and they had them out and, working immediately. So, unfortunately, I don't think anyone is giving us a hard timeline, Mr. Davis, but all of them are in progress for the areas that are the quarantine areas, but to get them school-wide, as of now, we do not have an estimated arrival date.
Okay, go ahead, Charles.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Dr. Thomas, I want to go back to something that Dr. Knox said very briefly. He said if a teacher would become infected, about the substitute teachers. I'm sitting here thinking that, well, if a teacher becomes infected, or even if a student becomes infected, even though we're all aware of this pandemic, if that happens in a building, you don't want people to go into a panic mode, because chances are it's going to happen. And I was just thinking whether something has been done with the building administrators in terms of how to handle that, to keep people out of that panic mode, et cetera, because something like that can just spread like wildfire, and then people panic, and you just got you got another problem there. I was thinking when I was principal, that happens with me. Obviously, it was not the COVID-19, but it was with hepatitis. But I had to react quickly on that, and had the health department to come in and other things that I did. And I was just wondering whether something is in place in terms of handling that with the building or administrators.
Yes, sir. We actually met, well, of course, we meet every day as our district COVID group. And that was one of the things we discussed, is responding and reacting quickly and appropriately, yet working to ensure that you don't create hysteria, especially when there are maybe suspected cases or someone has been exposed, but there's no confirmed case. So we want to be sure that we're getting the adequate and accurate information out to all of our stakeholders as quickly as possible, but yet not responding in a manner that creates hysteria. And our instructional team and principal supervisors are working with our principals on that to cover exactly what you were discussing, Mr. Worthy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Dr. Thomas, I just want to get clarity. I know last week it was discussed that that the numbers are that if there was a case, it would be sent out to the families in that school. So are we saying that won't happen?
No,
I
we
just
will
want to get
still
clarity.
communicate. No, we will definitely communicate. We will communicate in the class and in the school, depending on, if it was just an exposure versus a confirmed case. And there is a process, and I don't want to quote that, Dr. Maddox, because we have so many processes in place, but I can guarantee you that communication will continue to take place. But not so much as not about us not communicating it, but just assuring people and our stakeholders that we are doing what we need to do. We're doing the cleaning, we're taking other mitigation actions. We just don't want it to be oh my goodness, we have one case on the 200 hall and we're going to close up the whole school. That's not
I got you.
Reaction to that.
Yeah.
If you have one isolated case, then we will deal with that classroom or, depending on that grade level. But we don't want to just overreact to a point where we just close up a building because we have one pre-K kid that
Yeah,
comes
okay, yeah, I'm with that.
in with a
Okay.
serious. Yes, ma'am. And we will continue to communicate. And I saw Dr. Anderson ask about the dashboard. It is already operational and will be live. And that concludes. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of circle back around. Mr. Fisher, all the technology, the electronic devices we now have in place, right? That we were ordering.
I'm not understanding your question.
Oh, wait, that's out of your department. I'm sorry. I was just asking about the technology pieces.
You're talking about some of the hotspots?
The hotspots and all the other equipment that we ordered.
Laptops? The
laptops. Has everything come in that we were back ordered?
I just asked Taylor about that. The Chromebooks have not come in. The iPads are in.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Lynn.
I just asked Taylor, the Chromebooks have not come in, but the hotspots and the iPads are.
Right.
iPads and hotspots are here, not Chromebooks, Mr. Davis.
And then my last question is with the cone of anti-COVID cone, is that individualized barrier. Have those come in?
All the devices are in and they're getting distributed to all our schools.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes my reopening. Please don't hesitate to email me if you have questions. At this time, we have two guest presentations. The first is King Consultants, who will be presenting about the disparity study and what they offer. And then after that, we have our friends from Athens Clarke County Unified Government talking about the tax allocation district, and they have a presentation for us on that. So, is Mr. King doing the presentation?
I am. And do you, is there any setup for this that you all need to inform our board members of? Veronica, are you on the line? Do you want to kick this off?
I know she's here. I saw her. Veronica?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Last year, we started the process of gathering research for a disparity study. We started back in October of 2019, and I am happy to have Mr. Dave King. He's with King Independent Research, and he's here tonight to give us some additional information in order for us to move forward. So, Mr. King, you can go ahead and do some additional introductions of yourself and tell us a little bit about the services that you can provide.
And Veronica asked me to just let you know what a disparity study is and give you more information about equity and contracting programs that local governments, including school districts, are implementing in Georgia and other parts of the country. So I have a 15-slide PowerPoint presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about this. And I will try to do this quickly, but then take as much time as you would like and as appropriate for your meeting today to answer any questions. So I am hoping that you are seeing a PowerPoint, and let me know if you have any technology difficulties. And for anybody that we have slides a little bit too small to see on an iPad or anything else you're viewing on, stop me and I'll go through them. I'm also trying to look at the chats. So if you have that, we will try to go through that as well. But so Veronica asked me to just explain what a disparity study is and why you would want to do one, some of the steps of a study, and then based on our experience, what types of actions can you take once you have a completed disparity study, and then kind of the checklist of what an agency such as yours does beforehand, during a study, what does that entail for staff, and then what happens afterwards. I'm going to, this will be my promotional 10 seconds. King Independent Research, we are a national firm that I've been in the disparity study area since 1989, and that was right when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in a decision involving the city of Richmond, Virginia, and its minority business enterprise program. That got all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the justices at that point said, we are not saying that minority business programs are illegal, but they're next to illegal. They need to meet what's called the strict scrutiny standard of review, of judicial review, which means you need to show a compelling governmental interest, a real need for the program, and then show that your program is narrowly tailored. And they found that the City of Richmond's program, which was very much like a lot of local government programs at that time, including what Atlanta had, and any school district probably had if they had a minority business enterprise program. They all looked pretty much the same, and they all had about the same amount of evidence that supported them. And so right after the Supreme Court decision in 1989, local governments, including school districts, suspended their programs. And some of them never came back, but some did do disparity studies. There's been a lot of litigation after that Supreme Court decision, but those cases have ruled that such programs are permissible if you have the evidence behind them. So I've had the experience since 1989 of doing these, we now have 24 staff members throughout the country with similar experience, and done studies for doing a study right now for the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta was a pioneer in the minority business program area, and have also worked with Atlanta Public Schools, other school districts. And one of my past clients is a Clark County school district, but it's the Clark County, Nevada school district. So I don't know if you are share some mail with them, but that was a number of years ago where we were looking at a minority business program for that Clark County school district. A disparity study, the reason it's called a disparity study is from that Supreme Court decision. So Justice Sandra Day O'Connor wrote the opinion that local governments followed after that decision, and she said that she wanted to see, and the city of Richmond didn't have, she wanted to see a comparison of the utilization of minority-owned businesses with what you might expect based on the availability of those businesses. And that's simply information that the city of Richmond didn't produce because at the law at that time, they didn't need to. So that's why these are called disparity studies. And GDOT has done a disparity study. I did not the last one, but the one before that. Those that are implementing federal programs that get federal money from, say, USDOT sometimes do these studies, as well as state and local governments that are using their own, trying to do minority or other equity programs for their locally funded contracts. But there's certain federal funding, not necessarily for schools, but for other types of purposes, including environmental work, housing, and for transportation that are required to do some type of equity and contracting program. So the disparity studies examine what's the utilization of minority-owned firms and women-owned firms by group. So African-American-owned firms, Hispanic-American-owned firms, Asian-American and Native American-owned firms, and women-owned firms. Compare the dollars that are received in an agency's contracts and compare that to what you might expect given the availability of firms that are ready, willing, and able to do that type of work in the market. So it's not a broad comparison of all firms, say in the Athens marketplace, but it would be a comparison of those that would be involved in school work, either school construction as a prime or as a sub, professional services, including E&E type of work, and then the other goods and services that you might buy. We also, in the disparity study, look at conditions for minority and women-owned firms in the local marketplace. One of the things that is important is, do you have a level playing field? And if you don't, does that negatively position minority and women-owned firms to do work for a school or another public agency? And what we find often is that there's not as many minority and women-owned firms as you might expect in a local marketplace because of historic discrimination. And so you actually find that the playing field is not necessarily level even from the beginning because you don't have the availability that you might expect if there were a level playing field. And then finally, a disparity study helps a public agency understand what actions it might take to address any disparities. And let me stop there and just see, and I've lost the chat room here. Let me just see if I can get that back. And Veronica, I don't know if you can help me if there's any questions so far. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going ahead.
Mr. Keene, we did have one question.
Yes.
Have you had any experience doing disparity studies for both school districts and county governments jointly?
Yes, and that actually, the joint disparity studies are a strategy that, because if you're in the same marketplace, many of the firms that might do business with one entity could do business with another. So to save costs, and a lot of the cost of a disparity study is understanding the marketplace and the availability of firms in that marketplace to do business with public sector clients, we recommend that if you can, do these studies jointly. and because the cost per participating entity is much cheaper. And if you think about it, if you're trying to go out to the community and get involvement of diverse businesses and other businesses to participate in this disparity study, they're going to be in-depth interviews, public meetings, surveys. It's polite, and you get a lot more participation in the community if you can do it together. So we recommend that if you can, that you do a disparity study jointly, and especially for smaller communities, that really is an advantage. So one example is in the other corner of Georgia. We work with the city of Albany and the school district and the county and other public entities there. I think there were 5 participants, and the cost per participant turned out to be something that they could afford. We've also done the biggest disparity study in the country ever, was for the state of Minnesota, Minnesota State Colleges and Universities, City of Minneapolis, City of St. Paul, counties, water districts. Uniquely, the school districts did not participate in that one, but have in past disparity studies. So that was quite a large study, but because of the number of participants, their cost and the effectiveness of the study was benefited by that joint participation. Finally, the other reason to do a joint study is if you have some parallel programs, if you have some recommendations that come out and you have entities that say a certification for a minority business program where you actually need to, if you're a minority or female business owner, produce the paperwork, apply for certification. We're actually doing some work for the city of Baton Rouge right now, where we're trying to, between the school district, between the airport, their recreation district, and the city and counties in Louisiana are called parishes. So the parish, trying to get a certification program that you can get certified once, and that certification would be recognized across those different entities. That's just another example of the power of a joint effort from the beginning, that you don't have a number of different local governments going in different directions that dilute the power of these programs. And have I caught up with the questions? You asked if veterans are included in the definition of minority owned. So the Supreme Court looked at in that Croson decision that involved the city of Richmond. They only addressed minority owned businesses, and they set a standard of legal review that made the need for disparity studies for racial preferences. So giving a contract goal or a price preference or some type of other preference based on the race of or ethnicity of the business owner. And that's the most difficult to meet, to have a legally sufficient program. There are other types of programs that don't need to meet that standard, that really don't need disparity studies. And one of those is a small business study where you're trying to include businesses based on the size. You don't need a disparity study to do that because you're not giving any race or gender-based preferences. Another is a program for veteran-owned firms. So we have done studies, including that Minnesota study, and we completed a study for the state of Colorado right now, where we looked at programs that would benefit not only minority women-owned firms, but persons with businesses owned by persons with disabilities. So that part of the program, which not all state and local governments have, only a few do, that does not need to have a disparity study. It was just included as part of it to see what's the best way to implement a program. So I'm giving you lots of legal background here. I'm not an attorney, and so I please talk with the attorneys for the county and for the school district. But types of programs that are not based on race and gender can be included in the disparity study, are often effective to be combined with minority and women business programs, but technically do not need a disparity study behind them, because you don't have the same burden if you're challenged in court to defend your program. So that's a long answer to a short question. Okay, so I gave you the why of doing a disparity study. Let's talk about what's in it and what a school district, county, or other local government would need to do to prepare for one and conduct one. So a disparity study compares utilization of minority and women-owned firms or other disadvantaged groups with availability benchmarks. So you need a period of contract data, including subcontracts, to be able to do that. So we recommend a 5-year time period, or 4 or 6, but 1 year is not enough and 10 years is not necessary. And some of the courts have ruled on about how much time you need. You need to look at the types of contracts and code them into, is this not only a construction contract, but are you building a school? Are you building a county public facility? Is it an electrical subcontractor, plumbing subcontract on one of those? To know what specifically was involved, because when you do the availability analysis, you will want to have data on the firms that do that particular type of work. You'll also want to determine what's the geographic market area that you pull contractors, professional services firms, and others out of. Now, in the school area, a number of the types of purchases are very specific and really purchased from a national market. And there may be only a couple of vendors. Our methodology is to exclude those types of purchases because, again, going back to that Croson decision, the Supreme Court faulted the city of Richmond by not having a geographic limit to its program. And they were derisive of having minority-owned firms from Alaska being able to participate. Technically, didn't happen, but technically could participate in the minority business program for Richmond, Virginia. So disparity studies focus on a local market area, and programs then focus on that local market area so you aren't overly geographically broad. So it would be the Athens MSA or other area that might be looked at in terms of what are the conditions in the marketplace and what's the availability of firms to do work for public sector agencies from that market. You as the school district will not necessarily know what the race and ethnicity of your contractors and vendors is. So that is a part of what a disparity study consultant does, is gather that information. And then calculate the percentage of contract dollars going to different groups of businesses. The availability analysis is usually done by a survey. So you may have a vendors list or bidders list. We like to look beyond that because what we find is many firms just rule out public sector work, not because they can't do the work, but how difficult it is to get it. And in the public sector, there are other barriers that may be in effect, like bonding or massive insurance requirements that dissuade firms from bidding, but they can do the work. They are interested in doing it. They're certainly qualified to do it, but there are other barriers in the way. So that we typically do a survey and ask firms, we say who the client is, and then ask firms how, if they are available and interested in doing that type of work, and then what type of work do they bid on. We then can match up contract by contract who's available for that work, and then dollar weight the results to get some benchmarks. If there were a level playing field, if everybody had the same chance of getting work, regardless of race or gender of the business owner, what percentage of dollars would you expect to go to minority women-owned firms or other groups? And that's what the disparity analysis is. So one of the questions is, what about subcontractors? And that's a really important part of this. We, in our study for Atlanta Public Schools, we found that there was really, especially for their using the SPLOST dollars like that you all do, and that was the focus of our study, their process was to hire contract management companies to manage the maintenance and construction of schools. And they did not know really who was doing the work. They would recruit and award contracts to the construction management companies. So this is a real issue for them and maybe other school districts as well, where most of that, I call it outsourcing the discrimination, because they didn't tell their construction management firms that equity and contracting was important to them. They were not selected on that basis, and there's very little monitoring of what firms got actually got the work. We're on site doing that construction, and many of these programs have focused on construction. So that's why I'm mentioning that subcontracting can be important in other areas as well. One of our recommendations for Atlanta Public Schools was no equity. That's public dollars. The public dollars should not be used to reinforce any discrimination in the marketplace. You have to have a program that communicates to those construction management companies that this is important to you, that you're going to closely monitor the participation of minority women-owned firms, and that's a part of their contract is to do that, and that and we're making some inroads be able to accomplish that now. So subcontractors are very important. To prepare for a study, you need contract data. Most contract information systems do not readily produce this information, even though we've been doing these studies for 30 years now. That's just not a big part of what we typically see for the types of information systems that support contract management or contract issuance, the contracting and bidding process, and especially on the subcontractor side. So you may not have this type of information now, but there are ways to get it. And one of the things that we often see is you may be collecting subcontract information for other purposes, such as labor compliance. There may be task orders under these master contracts, and it's very important to get information on all prime contractors and subcontractors across construction, professional services, goods, and other services, not just certified firms or not just minority and women-owned firms, but to really get a good gauge on who is getting the work. You need all the firms, especially for the larger prime contracts and subcontracts. So that's the work that any public entity that's embarking on a disparity study needs to do ahead of time, preferably, but it can be done while you're doing the study. Here's an example of this availability analysis. This is why it's so important to have good contract and subcontract data. Is we do this analysis on a contract and subcontract basis, contract by contract. So this is an example of how you build an availability benchmark that makes sense to the community and also meets the legal sufficiency. This is, I've been in this business long enough that we've successfully defended some of these programs in court. And this is out of a 2011 court decision for the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that reviewed our study. U.S. Department of Justice said this is the way to do it. U.S. Department of Transportation said this is the way to do it. So I'll walk you through an availability analysis. We had in this particular set of data an electrical subcontract for construction work that was $1 million in a particular year. So in our availability database for this client, we looked at firms that were in business then that said they did public sector construction work, had the qualifications and interest in working as a subcontractor on those types of projects, and reported bidding on work of that similar size. So in this example, say 10 out of 50 businesses that met those criteria were minority women-owned, 20% availability for that subcontract. And then you dollar weight that subcontract. Often we have tens of thousands of contracts and subcontracts that we're looking at for an industry. We do the availability analysis for each one and then dollar weight those results. We'll have benchmarks for African-American owned construction firms, for example, white women-owned construction firms, Hispanic American-owned construction firms, and then see what the actual participation, what the actual outcomes were. Where you have a disparity, the courts have ruled you can make an inference of discrimination. It may not be discrimination by the public entity, it may be discrimination in the private marketplace that puts firms at a disadvantage in competing for that public sector work. All right, so I'm trying to see if I need to catch up on any questions here. I think we're okay. And there's a qualitative part of this as well. So as the courts say, and this is true in my business like any other research area where there's a lot of quantitative work, it's the qualitative that brings the cold statistics to life. So we do in-depth interviews with business owners. They love, as we do, we're a small business as well, love talking about their businesses and the trials and tribulations and the advice they would give to others to be successful. Focus groups with businesses and others, surveys, public forums, and then being very transparent where you actually produce a draft report and have the public comment on it. I wanted to show you, sometimes showing is a lot easier than telling. So these are for minority women and minority business enterprises on the right and white women-owned firms on the left. The comparison of the utilization and availability data that we had for a school district. So we did not find disparities in this instance for white women-owned firms, but we did for minority-owned firms. We of course broke that then down. Then the large disparity was for African-American owned firms in this case. But you can see that it's not small disadvantages that we're looking at necessarily. In this case, we would have expected about a third of the contract dollars to go to minority-owned firms for this particular client, and their participation was only 5%. So minority-owned firms were really severely economically disadvantaged by the lack of any programs or other efforts that this school district had not done, and were just letting this happen. They did not have the information until we did the disparity study, but that is a substantial disparity, and working very hard to remedy that now, and are focusing on minority-owned firms to be able to do that. That's not always the case in terms of where we find the disparities, but in this particular example, that's where we did. So here's just some of the examples of what you do. The types of programs are often contract goals to say, okay, we're going to build a new school, or we're going to do a major renovation of a school. We have a prime contractor or a construction management contract. We're going to set goals for the participation of minority and women-owned firms or other types of disadvantaged businesses. And we would like those bidding on that contract to either meet those goals and know who those subcontractors or other firms are going to be, or show good faith efforts to meet those goals. So that's a contract goals program. That's the most common type of minority women business program. Other types of programs are, we'll call it a set-aside program. We call it a sheltered market program, where under a certain dollar amount, perhaps where you don't need to go up for public advertisement of a bid, you might first go to minority and women-owned firms to get quotes from under that program. And if you don't see enough minority or women-owned firms, then go out to a broader market. A price or evaluation preference would give points, or a price preference. Our state of Minnesota work, they can do up to a 6% price preference. So if somebody came in with a bid of $95,000 and the minority or women-owned firm was $100,000 for that item, they were allowed to pick the minority or women-owned firm because they were within the 6% price preference that they could give. So those are the main types of programs. There are other types of programs that you could do now without a disparity study, which would include small business contract goals, or goals for or programs for other types of disadvantaged businesses, but you're not calling out race or gender in the eligibility for those programs. Typical timeline, just to get a study underway might take up to 9 months, or sometimes it's years. Our study that we just finished for the state of Colorado was 30 years in the making. It took them that long to finally get the legislation to do it. Our study for Colorado was 10 months. A study more typically is 14 months, including all the public participation. And it may take some time to get a program off the ground, whatever that program is, based on the data and evidence in the disparity study. But to be able to set up new procurement rules, certification, and tracking, to get it fully underway may take 12 months to do. And here's some of the activities that you would do pre-study, both as an agency and as a consultant. These studies really start around $300,000, and that's why having joint studies to be able to share that cost. A joint study wouldn't be double that. It might be 20 to 30% more if the agencies were in the same market. Roles during the study: an agency will be providing the contract data, making sure the public is informed and knows how to participate, and then reviewing the analyses as they go along. What we typically do is, as we have information in our approach to this, we make it available to the agency, have folks review it as we're going through the study to make sure it passes the sniff test and we haven't missed anything. And then we recommend that you publish a draft report for public comment. And then post-study, you're going to want to be able to look at the information from the disparity study. Usually, and the way we do this and others do this, we'll make some recommendations, but they have to make sense within your own systems. And then implement the measures. It may take, some things may be easier to do and some things may be harder. But the thing I wanted to communicate is this is not a silver bullet, or you just flip a switch and suddenly you have equity in your contracting. You really do need to get the reporting. And often that's where you need to do the most work, is to get the reports to a Board of Education, for example, or county commissioners as another example, on an annual basis at least, or more frequently, be able to see what is the participation of disadvantaged businesses or diverse businesses in different types of procurement, including as subcontractors, and then making adjustments. If you're seeing you're falling short, what else can you do? So I wanted to make sure that we had opportunity to answer any other questions. This is monitored year after year. I would say an annual report, but quarterly reports might be even better. And then you need to sunset the programs. That's another legal requirement. So every 5 or 6 years, you should have it end and reauthorize it if it is needed, and be a hands-on manager of this program as the leadership of an organization, to make sure it doesn't just go on autopilot and everybody forgets about it. These are difficult to make work well, and they need monitoring to say, okay, well, we're really falling short here. What can we do? Or maybe we're doing well here and we can dial it back a bit. So another question was, can you direct a general contractor to have diverse businesses as subcontractors? Without a disparity study, it's very difficult to do that because you'll have the general contractor who will be aware and do the right thing as a corporate policy and come in with a diverse team, and then a contractor that won't. And if you make the contractor that doesn't do that, require that contractor to have a diverse subcontractor team, and they sue you because they don't want to do that, without a disparity study, you're most likely to lose in court. Other questions? And to reauthorize, you need another diversity study. I would say the best practices are yes. It may not need to be, you may be able to do an update study. It's very difficult to do these in-house. So often you might need to contract that out, but it may not have to be as major a study as what your first one is. We have clients that do this every 3 years, and the study, every 6th year study is more involved. The study after a 3-year time period might be much lesser effort. And we got a question, do we have a dedicated staff person who works closely with the team during the study? Yes, and that can be anybody within the organization. So we will need certainly working with the procurement people and IT folks to be able to run the reports, get the data on the contract information. Depending on whether you have subcontract information easily, or that needs to be developed by departmental staff, say contract managers that are looking at your construction projects, that will be an additional load on them. The load is not an FTE kind of load. This is some hours in the beginning of the project, maybe a number of people spending several days up to a week to get that information in the beginning of the project. After that, there's going to be a project manager from the school district or other entities that would participate that will spend a part of their week, a few hours a week, working on the study, answering questions, and communicating with the public. One of the questions was, what's the work required by our financial staff once the study is complete? And what you want to do is automate this. So there's installation, there are modules to your information systems that you might be able to purchase or add or maybe activate that you already have. But I would say implementing the information systems, whether that's within your procurement information system or your finance information system, if they are different, is the heavy lift. And then getting a way to get subcontract information from those prime contractors is another part of the heavy lift. There are firms that will do that for you, and modules that you can buy. There's software out there that will integrate with your other information systems to do that. So that makes it easier, but that's another financial outlay. We've worked, one of the questions is, how much information do you need to have pre-study? And the answer is, we've worked with clients who thought they had nothing, and they actually had quite a bit because they needed that information for other purposes. What we need, or any other consultant needs, is information on your contracts. If you don't have subcontract information, we reach out to prime contractors with your help to go collect that. And it may be that you have subcontract information for other purposes that not designed for a disparity study, but you still collect it. You and your contract managers, construction managers, typically want to know who's on a school site doing some work as a subcontractor. So there may be lists or other information that gives us enough clues to go to those firms directly and ask them about their participation. So it doesn't necessarily take years to start today to build that data. We're able to go backwards and put that data together if we have enough basic information, which you normally do on what your contracts are, either out of a procurement system or out of a finance system, because you know the vendors that you have paid, and we can base this on payment data as well. Other questions? Is $300,000 the cost of floor for a disparity study? I would say most of the disparity studies that have been conducted around the country, and there's been thousands conducted, probably cost between $300,000 and $500,000. Our state of Colorado project that we're looking at, the state DOT and the community college system and a lot of other systems within the state, that was a $1.2 million study. I believe our state of Minnesota study, where we looked at even more entities and some local governments, was 1.5 million. So you can kind of see the range. Their cost per participating entity in Minnesota probably was around $300,000 on average per entity, because they had that many entities. Or it's probably less. Veronica, what was important to communicate to folks and that I have not covered? And then one last question is, how do you allocate the cost if you if you do a joint study, do you share it equally? Often this is by size of entity. And in terms of determining what it would cost if the school district did this alone, we and other consultants, and you could talk to other school districts that have done this, be able to look at, okay, well, Atlanta Public Schools made the decision to not look at all of its procurement. They looked at their SPLOST dollars. So our study focused on that based on their available budget. So you can say, okay, we have this much money. What can we do for that? Often when you put out an RFP, giving folks a range of what budget you have available, we've seen entities go out with RFPs for disparity studies and they say, well, we have $50,000. What can we do? And the answer is not much. You really can't do a study for that because there's so much, even if they're a small entity, the marketplace analysis is a big part of the cost. And if they're in a big market, there's a lot of expenditure to that. Another really good question is, do you recommend a SBE program as a precursor or while doing the disparity study? Yes, SBE programs are difficult to put together too. And because of that reporting that you need to do and set up with your procurement or your finance systems or other type of reporting, because you want to know whether SBEs are getting work, and are you going to certify firms as SBEs, or are you going to have them self-certify themselves? Really the cost for an entity to implement a program is not that different once you have the results of a study to do SBE versus MBE, WBE. But one of the reasons we do recommend it is in the legal requirements for defensible programs, the courts like to see that an entity has tried what are called race and gender neutral means, like small business programs. So that's one of the reasons to do an SBE program. And our city of Atlanta, for example, has an SBE program that works alongside they call their program an MFD program, but that's an important part of what they're doing. So an SBE, by the way, is a small business enterprise, and their U.S. Small Business Administration actually sets size standards that's often used, doesn't have to be used, but is often used at what constitutes a small business. And they do that based on where are you at an economic disadvantage compared to large competitors. By the way, these are usually put out by RFP. There's 7 or 8 firms around the country that typically will bid on these. There's a process that we're actually helping the city of Gainesville, Florida right now on getting itself prepared to do an RFP with the understanding that we will not bid on it, but we might help them with our study. So RFP process is, and there's information that we and others and other entities can give you on what goes into an RFP. How do you get one of these studies underway? Other questions? And Veronica, I wanted to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to meet with the board. We had talked with you about this time last year when you had reached out to us. So we're very happy to make some time available today. And I hope I took the appropriate amount of time because I can talk about this stuff for a really long time. And I hope we didn't lose any board members because of that.
Thank you so much, Mr. King. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Thomas or
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gaskins. Okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure. I wasn't sure if you were having some reception issues.
Yes, I'm here for the moment. So thank you, Mr. King, for that presentation. I hope this has helped our board members to have some clarity, and then we can discuss later what steps we want to take to move forward.
Thank you. And through Veronica, please get us any other questions that we can help you with. And we, again, appreciate you making time for us on the agenda.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Gannon, if it's okay with you, we will now move forward with our tax allocation district presentation, led by our county manager, Mr. Blaine Williams, and his team.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Blaine Williams. As Dr. Thomas said, I'm the manager of the Unified Government. I work for the Mayor and Commission. And I and Dan McCray, an attorney with Seyfarth Shaw, is here with us tonight. He's been advising us on tax allocation districts. And in a second, I'll share my screen with you, if that's appropriate, and walk you through the tax allocation district, the benefits of them and what you're being asked to do. And Mr. McCray will walk us through the 6 redevelopment plans and answer any questions that you have. I do want to remind you that we came to you a year ago, both of us, Dan and I, and made a presentation on the Newton Bridge Road TAD, and we went through a process with the Mayor and Commission. They decided that they wanted to wait. Part of this process involves having these things certified by December the 31st, which puts us in this posture of coming to you at a very busy time in your year right now, and we appreciate the time that you've given us tonight. I want to say that this year we started earlier, and we've had some public input. We've had some public meetings. I was on a panel with some folks from Atlanta. A couple of you were on there, hosted by the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance and Commissioner Ovita Thornton. I also want to say, as we talk about these TADs, that we actually have had some citizens from East Athens really lobby Commissioner Parker in District 2, and the Mayor and Commission agreed with her to add a section of East Athens into one of the TADs. And so that's been very exciting to have those folks step up and ask a lot of questions and assert themselves to want to be a part of this. They feel like being a part of this will bring some resources to East Athens, which is in line with the redevelopment concepts that we're going to talk about tonight. I'm going to share my screen now, and we'll go straight to the presentation. And y'all, please interrupt me with any questions that you have. I'm going to go through the first few slides, and then I'll turn it over to Dan. So tonight, I'll briefly describe what TADs are, tax allocation districts, and the benefits. And then Dan will give you an overview of the various redevelopment plans, the goals and allocations, talk about the school system impact analysis projections, which is required by law, and describe key dates and next steps. To be clear, we are not asking for any action from you tonight. We merely want to present these to you. We presented these to the Mayor and Commission last night at their special called meeting in the wake of the elections. And we'll talk next steps, but just a high level next steps. Next Monday, we'll have a public hearing. Next Tuesday, the commission will consider adopting the TADs, creating the TADs. And then we are asking you consider passing a resolution participating in the TADs at your meeting a week from tonight. So I know many of you have been through this before, but for the benefit of your viewers, a tax allocation district is a tool for redevelopment that was created by the Georgia State Assembly. And basically what it does, it's meant to encourage redevelopment in an area that's probably not going to experience it otherwise. And how it does this is once it's created, it uses new taxes that are generated from any redevelopment or growth in the district. And those taxes are set aside to go back in that specific area and help to pay the costs that need to be paid to spur on redevelopment in that area. And you may have heard of this in other states. It's called tax increment financing, or TIF. Here in Georgia, it's called TADs. This is an important graphic, and I think it really speaks to the benefits of creating the TADs and the school district and local government's participation in the TADs for a brief period. So if you follow me on this graphic, number one are the revenues from the existing tax digest. Those are the taxes that are generated today in these various areas, okay? And those taxes are split between the school district and the local government, roughly at 60% for the school district and 40% for the local government, and that is based on the millage rate that both bodies have passed on the real property. So what happens is with a TAD, if we all go through this and certify these TADs by year end, January 1st marks the new valuation of properties across Athens-Clarke County. As of January 1st, and the tax bills come due later in the year, many of you know, any new growth that happens in that period is what we call the new increment. So we've set the baseline of number one, and number two is any new taxes that are created. And that number two, that wedge there that you see, is what's dedicated back to the TAD for the specified amount of time that the TAD's created for. In the case of the TADs that are before you tonight, the life is expected at 20 years. And so what number two represents in this diagram is extra taxes generated over 20 years from redevelopment that is spurred on because you are refocusing those taxes back to that specific geographic area to help bring more and more development. And why that benefits the local government and the school district to both participate is number three that you see here. And so when that TAD wears off, when two stops at the end of 20 years, then the new taxes that have been generated then go back to the school district and the local government. So what we're doing is we're both pledging any new growth that may happen for 20 years, and then, but we're channeling it back in to create more growth. And then at the end of those 20 years, those new taxes would come to both entities. And so really, if you think about it, and universally true with the geographic redevelopment areas that the Mayor and Commission have chosen, historically have shown very slow growth, with the exception of part of the downtown East Athens TAD. We've had good growth downtown, spurred on by some investment in public infrastructure, not the least of which was the Classic Center and the Multimodal Center. But they've selected these areas because they're simply not redeveloping on their own. They need something more. And these funds can be used for a variety of ways. The Georgia legislature revisited the Redevelopment Powers Act just a few years ago and added some more eligible expenses for that. And not only does this help with the property tax digest, but as redevelopment spurs on additional activity, that will also hopefully spur on growth in sales taxes as well, which for the purpose of these TADs, I want to be clear, the increment we're talking about capturing and redirecting to the specific area is for the property taxes. In this case, the sales taxes will continue to accrue to the school district and the local government as they do now. And I'll talk a little bit more about this would not have otherwise occurred without the help that we would like to do. And you can spur on this redevelopment without tapping into taxpayer dollars or general funds or raising new taxes. It's a revenue source. And so with the but-for test, and this has been true since TADs were enabled by the state legislature, basically what you're saying is, and as I've said tonight a couple of times, this redevelopment would not occur but for this tool being implemented. And so that is the but-for test, and we can talk more about area TADs versus project TADs. But if a developer comes in and wants to do a project that will grow in redevelopment in that area and ask for assistance, the mayor and commission, and in this case, the citizens advisory committees would help weigh in on, would this happen but for the assistance we can provide, if that makes sense. These are just some high-level considerations for where a TAD will be located, and Mr. McCray will go through some of these for each of the 6 redevelopment areas. but it has to be an urbanized area and an area served by sewer, and it needs to qualify as a blotted area or a deteriorating area or an area with inadequate infrastructure. So the 6 prospective tax allocation districts that the Mayor and Commission approved initially on September 1st, and then I mentioned to you that the East Athens residents came forth and lobbied to be included, and that alteration to the downtown TAD was done on September 17th. And ever since then, we have been working, Mr. McCray and our staff, on these redevelopment plans that you have before you tonight. A lot of information and data analysis in there. These are the 6 areas that the commission felt were worthy of this redevelopment efforts. And I should say to you, just in passing, that there is a limit to how many TADs you can have in a county. You're limited to 10% of the digest. And there's a reason for that. If you redirect all the new growth away from the local government or the school district, then you really hamstring your ability to, access the revenue you need to expand your operations over time. In this case, this collection of TADs, these 6 TADs, account for about 7%. So there's still room there, but these are ones that the commission felt were important for us to pursue. So that is an intro to TADs, and I was going to turn it over to Dan to walk us through the 6 TADs and the school impact analyses. But are there any questions at this point? And I don't have the chat up, so.
I have a question that may be answered as he goes through it. So if it is, you can just let me know. So my first question was why 6 at a time? So I imagine you're going to go through why each one would be good, but I wonder why you want to do 6 of them all at the same time. And then my other question kind of related to that is, we will be voting on these. Will we be voting on them as a package or each TAD individually?
Individually.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. And I'll answer, thank you for those questions. Those are very good. So if you'll remember last year, we worked through this process and it was a learning curve for all of us. And I think the commission at the end, when they began to fully understand it, they wanted more time and they wanted to be more thoughtful about it. And so Mayor Gertz pulled it, removed it from the agenda, I think in November last year, and said, we'll try again next year. And then what Mayor Gertz did was think about, well, I'm going to propose a number so that people can think about where we might best do these. And I think his original intent was only to do a couple, but the 6 that he proposed were liked by the commission. And they said, why would we wait? Let's go ahead. If these areas have been lagging for years, and if we can do anything to help them, we want to do that. And so Dr. Dykeman, that's why they decided to tackle 6 at one time. It is a lot, but they had, they learned last year, they learned a lot more this year, and this is where they feel like all of these need the assistance.
And that made me think of one more question. Are there any TADs currently that are in the middle or in the process?
No, this is all there is. This is our first, these will be the first TADs established in Athens, Clarke County. Okay, Dan, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Well, that was a good presentation, Blaine. I enjoyed it. And those were good questions. And I'm very glad to be back with everybody again. It has been a year and it's been a very busy year. Commission has spent an awful lot of time on this. Weighing the considerations and evaluating the areas. And the unified government staff, bless their hearts, have worked very, very hard getting the data together. So this is a good image. It shows you where the TADs are located within the unified government and relative to each other, and an idea of how large they are. So there's a lot that goes into determining to create a tax allocation district, to finding out whether it's eligible or not, and figuring out whether the economics work for it to be successful or not. But this is where you start with a picture just like this. The Blaine. Diamonds are forever, but TADs are not. A TAD lasts as long as the redevelopment costs that are in the plan require to be paid. These are projected to be a 20-year TAD. The next bullet point is important to understanding what's going on. The law doesn't say you've got an area TAD or you've got a project TAD. That's how they function. So these are really all area TADs. And what that means is there is a discrete area made up of census tracts that meets the qualifying criteria that the community is trying to do something about. Two of those TADs have projects, meaning that we know of some private enterprise projects going on. But the TADs are not about the projects. An example of a TAD that was about the project is the pretty well-known Atlantic Station TAD in Atlanta. Most folks have heard of that. The TAD was set up to make that development a success. The community wants to create these tax allocation districts to help the area. So the private projects will help the TAD. The TAD is not to help the private projects. It's the other way around. The help the private projects offer is investment in the tax digest that creates that elevation in the amount of taxable revenue. That's the increment that provides the revenue to do something. And again, that's a reinvestment in the area. It's critical to have the school district participate. That's 60% of the revenues, and no enterprise succeeds if they lose 60% of their revenues. The redevelopment powers law, which governs this, is chock full of checks and balances, the but-for clause, the 3 different categories of conditions that have to be met, and each has more than one element. On top of that, the redevelopment plans contain some checks and balances, and one of these has to do with the community benefit agreements. So you'll see the goals and policies in a minute. But one of them has to do, a couple of them would allow support of private enterprise projects like incubators, like makerspace, things like that. Conceivably even a developer, although that's not intended right now at all. But the point is that if a private sector enterprise gets assistance through the tax allocation district, they'll have to enter into a community benefit agreement that will go through a process involving public participation. What is it that the neighborhood wants? What is it that the community wants in exchange for that assistance? That process involves for each TAD a citizens advisory committee. The unified government will create those by ordinance, and they'll be staffed by citizens, and I'm sure the school district will have a seat or seats at the table. So the board will have a voice and a strong voice in what happens with those TADs and with the funds that are produced through the use of the tax allocation districts. Blaine? Next slide.
Dan, I did advance it. That should be the next one for you.
Okay, I see it now. There's some latency on it. So there was, as I mentioned, a great deal of process, culminating most recently in the definition of the districts by the mayor and commission, what's proposed for you. One of the functions of the Citizens Advisory Committee will look in the categories, look at each category, and decide based on the needs of each TAD and input from the participants in the committee as to how the funds should be allocated. And then that recommendation will go to the mayor and commission for action. Every application for TAD funds will go through that process, including for projects that the unified government wants. But the buck stops with the mayor and commission because they are the sponsors of the TAD, again, in partnership with the school district. Got it. All right, these are the elements of the priorities for the TAD. And this is that the year that's passed, a great deal of input and thought went into this. Part of the qualification for, I can't do that, there's a chat function, but it got cut off. How TADs are. how TADs are? I can't read the rest of the sentence. Well, let me pick back up with the presentation, and or if whoever's chatting wants to just speak up, that'd be great.
Mr. McCray, I submitted the question. I'm Byron Schuneman. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Board of Education.
Hey, Byron.
I'm kind of new to TADS. Really, the only information that I've got is just off the internet and speaking with our attorney. And if you just kind of just simply break down the financial structure of the TADs, for instance, is there, after these are approved, are there bonds that are sold and backed by Athens Clarke County, and then whatever additional tax proceeds are collected, they go to pay down that debt? Is that how it's structured?
It can be that way. The sponsor of the TAD has the option of issuing tax allocation bonds. Those aren't general obligation bonds. The increment is considered revenue. So the unified government there's no taxpayer exposure. They just pay the taxes they would normally pay. But out of these 6 TADs, well, the redevelopment plan, I keep saying TAD, but the redevelopment plans are like that. You're welcome to as many copies as you like. A great deal of thought went into them, and they're pretty dense documents. But what they say about your question is that the intent for all but one is to use the pay-as-you-go system, PAYGO system. So that means each year as taxes are paid, the tax collector will take the increment, the additional taxes over the base. Those will go into a special fund that's controlled by the unified government. And when they get into the fund, they can only be spent on redevelopment costs. Again, checks and balances. However, the base, you remember the diagram that Blaine showed, number one and continues to go to the taxing authorities. There you go. And it's not just that it's property. It's just real estate. It doesn't pick up personal property at all. And it doesn't pick up real estate that belongs to a railroad or a utility. So it is a single dedicated revenue source. It doesn't pick up sales and use taxes, for example. So number one, and if that's viewed as the real estate taxes, there's a whole other tranche there of these other revenues that continue to flow as they did before to the taxing jurisdictions. And assuming the TAD works as it should, the idea is to stimulate growth. Not only will the tax digest on the real estate grow, which is what this shows, but the other revenues will grow too. So it doesn't, as far as somebody who pays a property tax bill goes, this will be transparent to them. They pay what they would have paid. There's no increase in taxes. There's no freeze in millage or anything like that. It's just that the increment, it becomes dedicated and reinvested within the district in accordance with the plan.
And Dan, if I might, just to answer the question more directly too, there is no plans to float any bonds at this point. These are area TADs, so you'll see some estimates of projected revenues, but I think when you would enter into float bonds is when you would have a project come forward and the developer would ask for some assistance. And Dan is the pro at this, not me. So correct me, Dan, but that's where the commission would enter into a master development agreement so that there was certainty that value would be created. And then you could go to the bond markets with that and borrow revenue to bring those, to pledge the revenues going forward to that purpose. So whatever positive increment is going to grow right now, just as a matter of course, we're not borrowing against. But if a big project came in that we wanted to try and underwrite, and there is one potentially with a parking deck in the downtown area. We can talk more about that later. But right now, Byron, there's no plans to float bonds against these TADs.
Is there a cap on that, the triangle that's 2? Is there a cap on the amount of incremental taxes that can be collected before
to Ted, let me answer it this way. In the redevelopment plans, there is a proposed termination date, and that proposed termination date is 20 years in the future. But it's when the redevelopment costs are paid. So if they're wildly successful, then they will terminate early. And going back to the bond question, the underwriting is very conservative with tax allocation bonds. They almost all are paid off early. And that's because the collections are almost always higher than you use in your bond model. So the redevelopment plans are very reasonable, in fact, cautious about their projections. So hopefully we'll overperform and they'll terminate early and we'll get all that windfall at number 3 sooner. But the law requires you to estimate this, and the law requires you to set a time and to tell you what the redevelopment costs are, and that's all in the plan. Other questions, Byron? Those are good questions.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So back to talking about the redevelopment costs. This is, I hope y'all don't mind me responding to these chat questions because I really love stuff like this. To Patricia, your question is what's called a negative increment. What you saw in number 2 is a positive increment, and there are calculations of that. And you see a calculation, and we'll tell you what the numbers are as to what the positive element, the tax increment is. But in fact, in 2007, 2008, I got a lot of phone calls, and I don't know if people were emailing back then, but phone calls and stuff like that from folks. We have a negative increment. What does that mean? Well, that means you can't do anything. You do your annual calculation of whether there's an excess. And if there's no excess, no money goes to the special fund, and the TAD stalls. Then you get into a question of, well, can we reset our increment? Well, our tax allocation base. Well, you might terminate the TAD and start over. That's not a theoretical question. It actually happened. But the system accommodates that. The redevelopment powers law accommodates that. And basically you can't spend money you don't have. That's the way it works. But if we had some money, according to the policy that's embodied in the redevelopment plans, the Citizens Advisory Committee, when they're looking at what to do with that positive tax increment, they'll have these choices. So public infrastructure needs and qualifying these TADs as being in these redevelopment areas as being eligible to be a tax allocation district required us to look in detail at what constitutes blight or distress, what constitutes a deteriorating area, what constitutes inadequate infrastructure. And we were very strict about it. So there is a short list for each tax allocation district of public infrastructure needs. And here are some examples. Oddly enough, a lot of it revolved around transportation facilities. Another goal that came up was housing opportunities. When we get to the mall TAD, you'll see that, well, maybe you won't see, but I'll tell you that one of the inadequacies was bus service, and another was affordable housing. So that's the worst of all possible worlds. Economic development partnership opportunities. Conceivably, we'll have a large, high profiles Department of Economic Development led economic development project, but we'll have some need to reconsider the commitment of TAD funds. But what's anticipated is things like incubators, accelerators, maker spaces to generating high wage employment. And a lot of these are educational in nature, which would be of interest to the school district. So there's a slot for that sort of thing. And then the school district and youth development. There's the intent to allocate a percentage to essentially school district needs. And those percentages are left to the advisory committee to determine and recommend.
I have a question on that. Go to that last slide. I'm trying to understand as best I can, but I'm always concerned about the people. So how how do the lower income people compete for some of these opportunities? Like, I guess the way I was understanding this before was that it was mainly for investors coming in, big time money people coming in. But with these specific projects, would that work more with the different advisory committees that would be developed for each TAD,
That's
where
right.
people can compete and bid on these opportunities?
The public, including members of the school board or educationally oriented people, would be members of those committees and would determine, based on local needs, what the most appropriate use of TAD funds are. And as I mentioned, the qualification as a TAD in large part depends on public infrastructure. So there are opportunities to support housing. There are opportunities to support job creating efforts, youth support providers, as you see in the last bullet point. But there's, as Blaine said, there's not the intention for private developers to get any of this. I mean, it's possible, the right's reserved, but there's not, you don't see private developers on that list, and there's reason for that.
And Dr. Maddox, if I might, so there would not necessarily be funds created that would be conveyed to residents, but it builds the the physical environment. So like we talked about with the folks in East Athens, so we could build new sidewalks. We could do streetscapes around the Iron Triangle, for instance. The housing opportunities. Those funds would get set aside and it could be used in a number of ways, but you could use it, as Dan said, to entice a developer to come in and do a multifamily, permanently affordable by offering to pay certain cost, whether it's, some of the public infrastructure or site acquisition or things of that nature. And the same goes for the economic development partnership opportunities. Again, you're telling the private sector, as you said, the money people, hey, we're open for business. And if you're willing to come here and build something that will help this area, help the people that live here, then we're willing to put some money on the table to make it more viable. Because oftentimes, and this is interesting and a little bit of an aside, people say, well, why do we have all the student housing going on and why don't we have more affordable housing? Well, it's more profitable. They can make a lot more money building that. And so if you want to redevelop in certain ways in these specific geographic areas, you can help make it more of a viable business enterprise by putting those funds there. And the governance here, y'all, is that the Citizens Advisory Committee will help recommend those. Ultimately, though, the mayor and commission will be the final decision-making body on those types of things. Thank you, Dan.
I agree 100% with that. The city of Atlanta has done an awful lot in incentivizing affordable housing with grants using tax allocation money. And a good example of how to respond to that is the mall area Ted was talking about a minute ago. I mean, there's not enough affordable housing there, so you have difficulty living in that area. And if you did, there's not public transportation to get you around. And this is a potential solution to that. So, boy, we evaluated and reached the conclusion that these particular TADs qualified. And as I mentioned, the bullet point items you see down there are some of the most important, some of the most recurring items to cause concern and to amount to justification for the tax allocation district. Blaine? So this top bullet point says the Clark County School Board must consent. Really, it's not like saying you have to. It's totally discretionary with the school board. The law says, though, that your millage, your educational millage, doesn't go into the tax allocation district unless you consent to it. So that's very important. We're not going to ask you to sign anything, just to adopt a resolution saying you consent. But it's an important decision, and it needs, like all important decisions, it needs to be informed. Part of that information is the school system impact analysis. When the Redevelopment Powers Law was reenacted 10, 12 years ago now, the requirement for that school system impact analysis was added, and we engaged an economist who's probably the best well known in the state when you have particularly mixed use and multifamily developments to participate in this. And he came like economists do, came back with a lot of data responsive to the requirements of the law, and that's included in a school system impact analysis for each and every redevelopment plan. So what's in it? Byron's questions were very good. I mean, you need to know, and you have a right to know, and you should know what's the financial and operational impact on the school system. I mean, you got to know. So one of the things you're probably most concerned about is the number of net new public school students. Do you have physical facilities within the redevelopment area that might be affected one way or another? What's the eSPLOS that you might get out of this? And then this last bullet point down here, it's in there, so that must be important to somebody. How is the average value of residential properties compared to current property values affected by this? A successful TAD will cause property values to increase. A rising tide lifts all boats. So that's the answer. And maybe that's why the question's in there, but it's in there and we have answers. So as I mentioned, none of these TADs are project TADs. 2 of them have projects that we can count on for increment. The rest of them don't. The ones that don't created a lot of work in coming up with a way to estimate what revenue might arise and would be available to be reinvested in the community there. There are several indicia. In general, it's called background growth, and background growth can mean a lot of different things. There are different indicators you can look at. And as I mentioned, we were cautious. We didn't choose. If you had a choice between one that was large and one that was larger, we went with the smaller one because that's more fiscally prudent to do. So let's take a look at the next slide. All right, this is, I keep coming back to the mall area. So no projects. If you look at how the economists analyzed it for purposes of the school system impact analysis, this is really a one-time bump in enrollment because you're doing a one-time calculation of what the increase in the increment is and what it might be. And if you don't know what a developer's plans are, you're just looking back in the past historical data about what has happened and what might happen in these categories that you see there. And you see a couple of negative numbers. Negative growth in commercial general, negative growth in office, some growth in single family residential mixed use, that's apartments, some growth there. So that's expected to add a grand total of 21 students. It'll produce a modest amount of eSPLOS funds for you, and you don't have any property within this tax allocation district. West Broad Hawthorne, same condition where no projects, looking at what the historical growth has been and trying to apply that to it. You have one multifamily development and the value didn't change that's a 10-year period, no change in value. Overall increase in enrollment projected at 49, a little over $100,000 in eSPLOS funds. And again, you have no property in the TAN. Newton Bridge, I have studied this place. I feel like I know Newton Bridge Road like the back of my hand. Southern Mill and General Time are existing projects. They're not startups, they have started. They will contribute to our increment and they'll have other consequences within the tax allocation district. Let's take a look at the next slide. So the job creators, 1,113 jobs, lots of new wages and salaries. There's 200 multifamily units, so that's going to add 24 new students. And aside from multifamily, the expectation is that there'll be 176 new housing units, adding 110 school-age children. This is probably the largest contributor of students. Go next.
Dan, before you move on, may I ask a question about Newton Bridge?
Of course.
So these two developments with Southern Mill and I forgot the name of the other one.
General time.
General time. Are these already written proposals that will be ready to go to this advisory committee upon TAD approval, or how does that work?
They are private enterprise projects that the developers have decided to undertake. The way that the redevelopment plans work, you become active within the plan if you are an authorized redevelopment project. To be an authorized redevelopment project, you have to go through the process. So Southern Mill and General Time won't be a capitalized redevelopment project unless they do that. And so far, they've made no noises about wanting to do it. So they are, as I said before, what they're doing will help the TAD. And the TAD will help them indirectly by remediating blight and things like that, addressing inadequate infrastructure, but they're not expecting any funding. And until and unless they come and ask for it and it goes through the process and get approved, they won't get any funding.
And Dan, if I might, on General Time, they did approach us a couple of years ago, which really started the whole TAD discussion with a proposal asking for TAD funds. As you know, this process takes a while. It can only be done really once a year before you can activate those. And so General Time has moved on with developing its site. As y'all know, if you ride by, they've not fully developed it. It is possible. I don't have any knowledge of a proposal right now. They could come after it's created and ask for that, and then it would be up to the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Commission to do that. I will say the Commission has talked about this notion of community benefit agreements. If we were to provide some funding, that they'd have to, quantify what the benefit to the community would be. In terms of Southern Mills, as you can see here from this image, it is already substantially built out. There was talk a couple of years ago about an affordable housing component somewhere on the property. It's a bigger piece of property. So with both these projects, there are no pending proposals that I know of. It could be that they come for some portion of it, but remember what I said about the but for. They have to demonstrate that they can't develop but for the assistance provided.
And coming in after you finish kind of makes it hard to do that. So enrollment projections, 137. That's 37 apparently single family and 100 multifamily. Almost $500,000 in new East Plus funds. And that's a one-time shot in the East Plus funds. That is, if you have projects that annually produce sales and use tax, then obviously you're getting funds in annually that you didn't get before. The modeling, though, is based on looking at what happens when the build out occurs with the projects that you know about. So it's not saying that you'll get 137 kids every year, but it's also not saying you'll get $472,823 every year. You might get that, you might get more, but it's not part of the model. It's just to let you know. You do have a couple of properties there. That's it. Thanks. East Downtown Classic Center Arena. I think I kind of like that screenshot there. That's a public project, but this is expected to generate a lot of commercial and industrial and residential projects. Look at the number because it's interesting.
Dan, while you're looking that up, Mayor Gertz urged the Classic Center, if they were going to use this much SPLOST money, that he and the mayor and commission wanted to see some peripheral development that created more value downtown. And right now there's talk of senior housing down there that would create a private taxable entity that could add to the increment. And Dan, while we're here, my response to Byron earlier is there are no plans for bonds at this point. That certainly can materialize after projects are brought forward. The mayor and commission have laid out sort of what the goals for the redevelopment areas broadly. And I think there is some discussion about a parking deck built by the unified government that some of the increment could be used to help offset the debt that the unified government would take on to build the structured parking. But that's the only use currently talked about right now in any of these TADs beyond the goals that you've seen?
Well, that's exciting, but as somebody who likes Excel spreadsheets, you either do or you don't, and I'm one of those that do. The economists projected an increase in the digest resulting from an investment in the amount estimated at slightly over $187 million. And we've been looking at small numbers for the annual increment. Well, this annual increment is estimated at $2.5 million. You can really do something with that. I mean, everything is important. I mean, a dollar's a dollar. A dollar can do some good, but there's an opportunity there. And the increase in school students is not that large. You've got 26 out of the residential units, and the new jobs will create additional enrollment, estimated at 31. Next slide. North Avenue is another one of the projects that have no known projects. You see that it's had some decent average annual growth in these particular categories over the last few years. That's led to an increase of only 9 housing units and 5 kids joining the school system, and only $120,000 plus a little in East Bluffs funds. We do have at least one property in that TAD. So it's got a fairly not insubstantial amount of growth, at least with multifamily, but commercial general is low, and that's where the value is usually in the tax digest.
Well, I want to ask, what's the number of residential housing in that area?
The total number of people who live there?
Yeah, I mean individual housing.
I don't know, but let me see if I've got it in these plans. That's not a required part of the study, but it might be in there anyway. Let me see if I can find it.
And if you can't find it, we can always look that up and get that to you.
I mean, the reason I'm asking, and this would apply to all of them, is one of the things that I've noticed about, residential housing in Athens is that it seems like that a lot of developers have bought smaller units, torn them down and built larger units on the combined property. And I'm just kind of not sure how a TAD would feed into that or not feed into that or make no difference at all.
Blaine, go ahead.
Well, go ahead. You can talk structurally, and I'll give the local flavor when you're done.
Okay. Well, it's the local stuff that's probably the most important. The school system impact analysis is just designed to estimate the impact on the school system of the tax allocation district. So it looks forward, not back. It looks back only when you don't have better data and you look at what historically has happened. So, and this is almost like saying that, okay, historically we've had this much growth in commercial across the country or in comparable areas. That amount of commercial growth normally is associated with a certain number of new students. So it's not looking at the current situation, it's looking at what might happen. And it's very neutral about what that might be. It falls into you see the categories: residential, mixed density. That doesn't tell you what the apartment sizes are because there's no way to know. Single family, the same thing. But if you're looking at historic growth, what this tells you is this is going to happen anyway. A TAD is intended to make things better. It's intended to lift all boats. It's intended to create opportunities and correct deficiencies and inadequacies within the area. If you do all of those things, then you'll have more of everything. But all that was possible to do in the absence of any particular project was just to look basically at what would happen in this TAD in the time span that we're looking at anyway. So the TAD's not causing this. The TAD is recognizing it.
Well, Commissioner Parker over in District 2 we're meeting with the residents and talking about them about broader issues like gentrification. And they're talking about a moratorium. And I would say that a TAD, doesn't prevent, just like a moratorium necessarily, from just general market forces of somebody being able to buy a piece of property and do something with it within the zoning laws. The TAD doesn't help that or hinder that. It does telegraph to those that want to do what type of redevelopment that the mayor and commission would like to see in that area and would be willing to discuss. It doesn't encourage people to sell their homes. The one thing though that I think we can agree in all of these areas is that historically there's been an underinvestment in infrastructure. And so the question is, as you reinvest in those areas, it will bring to those residents finally an environment that they deserve, but it also will make it attractive for other folks to want to move there too. So the principle of somebody selling their home is still there. The TAD doesn't stop that or promote that, if that makes sense.
Good answer, Blaine. TAD 6. There we go. Lexington Road. Same situation, more categories of growth. The commercial in the neighborhoods was fairly large. And that's creating 76 new homes estimated, increasing enrollment by 48. Growth, though, 264 new units and increases by 60. So that's one of the larger, it's not large in absolute terms, but it's one of the larger numbers that we've seen with these TADs, and creates $228,000 worth of ELOS money, and you have no property within the TAD. So that's the sort of critical data overview of what the tax allocation districts mean to the school districts in terms of cost benefit on the numbers. The benefit, though, is more than the numbers. I mean, the numbers create the increment, and the increment wisely invested, as Blaine said, is what gives people the environment that they deserve. And that's what it's all about. And this is all about redevelopment.
If I could ask one more question, kind of a follow-up to what y'all just said. And,
sure.
And the Lexington corridor is a particular interest of mine, but does having a TAD, I understand that certainly the buying and selling of property is going to continue regardless, but does it give it doesn't impact the county at all in terms of a little bit more leverage in terms of how the dollars are allotted for whatever projects? I'm just trying to, we all know that we have an affordable housing crisis in Clark County, and do these TADs just in general, would that increase our leverage, or presumably it won't decrease, or you wouldn't be promoting it, or does it just have a it's like talking about the fruit aisle versus the frozen food aisle? I mean, is it just two different things altogether, and the twain shall never meet?
Greg, what I look at it this way, my career has been economic development, redevelopment, and community development. And part of that is incentives. And the best incentive is money. a tax allocation district produces revenue, and we've got a part of the priorities addressing affordable housing. And the city of Atlanta has used very effectively, I would say, TAD funds to incent developers to include affordable housing, and they've been able to get more than 100% affordable developments done. Now they usually throw property tax abatement in there, so you've got a building that's not paying any taxes but getting other folks' taxes reinvested in it. But if your priority is affordable housing and you've got the money to do it, money talks. So that's a very clear way to have leverage.
But I would say too, Greg, if somebody wanted to buy a piece of property and build something and not look to the government for any funds, there's no leverage there as long as they follow all the zoning regulations. It's when they are asking for some funds to help make their development a go, that's the leverage that's created. And that's where the Citizens Advisory Group can help advise the commission, and the commission can agree for their purposes. And Dan, you mentioned inclusionary zoning there, or inclusionary policy where, okay, Mr. Developer, you're going to build all these multifamily units. Well, we want 20% of them to be, affordable income or permanently affordable. And that is where the negotiation starts to happen between use of some TAD funds to help enable it, to make sure that those purposes are served, if that makes sense.
The reason it makes a big difference is not only the liquidity to pay costs, but affordable pricing of rent reduces revenue. That means that the income that the developer is getting from the project is reduced for the period of the commitment to affordable housing. The projects are valued by capitalizing the revenue, so that means it's worth less. And because of that, a developer will make a case. I'm helping you help me with cash, and that's what happens a lot. More questions? These are good questions. I like talking about this. More questions, please.
So I have a question about the once the development and the redevelopment occurs, then obviously the assessments will be done on the neighboring communities as well, the neighboring properties. Is this, again, what consideration is done for the homeowners in these adjacent neighborhoods, especially in the underserved areas, because your TAD doesn't include in the Westboro Hawthorne area, for example, a community that's over 100 years old. And so, yes, there are a lot of blighted properties in there. There are some blighted properties in there, but you're not touching that particular area with these TADs. Yet speculators, of course, are already coming in and looking at that, but they've been doing that for a while. So what is the impact on the people that are living in these neighborhoods that are adjacent to this new development?
Well, legally, TAD money can only be spent within the tax allocation district, but there's such a thing as the halo effect, meaning that in terms of the value of their properties and that sort of thing, it will go up. But in terms of financially benefiting from TAD funds, that's not possible unless they're within the district.
So not trying to benefit, but trying to not be priced out of their homes is the concern that I have. So as the evaluations and the assessments go up, again, these people haven't benefited from the TAD. They haven't gained any income as a result of any of this. And so nor does anyone expect that. But when their property values go up, then we are starting to price them out of their homes and truly, I think, push more toward gentrification.
Well, if I might,
operational wealth.
I can speak to the mechanics of the assessment process at a very high level. But when this is a mass property appraisal, and the way that works, there's really two ways that a property is valued. And if you think about a house, and first is, how big is it? How much conditioned space does it have? What type of roof does it have? What type of, is it brick or is it wood? There's characteristics about the structure that has some inherent value, and the land, of course. And then there's this issue of comparable sales. And so if other houses that are similar to it in a nearby area have sold for, in the last year, a certain percentage more than they were previously valued, then that would indicate that their values need to be raised. So it is a function of people in similar homes selling their homes for a higher value than they were previously valued. That's part of that too. So, that happens as a function of, market forces. But you're right, Linda. I mean, if and that's what I was saying earlier about if you really spruce up an area, if somebody can sell their property and make money on it, it does affect the other property owners in the immediate area with similar type structures.
Ms. Davis, it's my understanding that that's one of the concerns that's been raised around the country, and at least California has, over the last several years, sort of backed away from these TADs or TIFs, as they're called in other places, for that reason, among others. But I had a couple of questions, if I could ask. Has this resolution been prepared yet that's going to be presented next week?
It's just a resolution. We can prepare it, but I don't have it with me tonight.
Okay, when will we get to see that?
Tomorrow, if you want to.
And will that include a 20-year cap?
It doesn't. The law doesn't let it work that way. It lets you.
Well, I understand the law says it can end at a certain period, or you have to continue it until the redevelopment costs, which would be bonds, are paid off. But
if it helps, the plan does say 20 years. It has an expiration date of 20 years.
So how long are you asking the Board of Education to give up all tax increase, all valuation increases in these areas?
For 20 years or until the costs are paid. And as we were saying earlier, if the TADs overperform, and I think they will because the incremental growth numbers are very conservative. Then
so how are you going to determine when the redevelopment costs are paid? Because you don't actually have projects that you're tying them to at this point. You're simply creating a separate fund, as the statute requires, of those tax increases that you will use on a pay-go basis. At what point will you stop and it's done?
They aren't increases. It's the increment is an increase over the base, but the tax millage doesn't increase.
I know the difference in millage and value, but okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it'll work this way. So we have a statement of what the money will be spent on, and those are the priorities. We have an estimate of the money available, and that's the increment. So when the increment is spent on the approved costs, then the plan is over because the costs are paid, unless the plan is amended to add other projects or to increase costs.
I would understand that if these redevelopment plans had specific projects, but they don't. They just have the statutory language of everything that funds can be devoted to.
Well, that's not within the permitted uses, yes, but the plan doesn't allow the money to be spent for anything that's not one of the priorities. So you know what the money's going to be spent on.
And when do the priorities end? When do you say we've built enough multifamily housing or retail or whatever that list of priorities is?
It's kind of simplified. It says you take the increment, calculate what it's worth for 20 years. That's the amount of the cost. And when that amount is spent, you're done.
And that's my question as to why the 20 years is not in the resolution so that the school district can enforce it.
Oh, but you're approving the plan and it's in the plan.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the resolution yet. Okay.
Well, let's fix that.
Just a couple of others. So, of course, let me give a little explanation for this question. It's my understanding that these are typically negotiated on a project by project basis. And very often involved in that negotiation is the school district does not give up the entire, in this case, approximately 60%, but all of the increment, that there is some compensatory back to it or other measures to help the school district deal with not only the loss of revenue of future growth, but also additional students or whatever additional costs may be incurred. So in this case, I gather that none of that is being offered, that this is going to be the resolution will be just devotion of all of the school district's portion, correct?
It will be, and the reason for that is the school system impact analyses. If one of the analyses said there'll be so many new students, you have to build a new school building, then we would expect something to have to be done about it. And of course, all of the judges, not me, of the extent of the impact, but there haven't really been that many new students overall.
Well, so that raises a couple of other questions I had. So,
well, if I might, Mr. Pruitt, just to answer your first question, looking at this slide, so these 4 goals, it's roughly prorated at 25%. And so as you can see here, CCSD and youth development. So of the total increment, that's your 60% and our 40%, 25% of that together would go back towards the opportunity to collaborate with youth support providers, including y'all. So there is some, as you call it, compensatory return for the participation.
That's exactly right.
Well, so there, okay, so a couple, that leads into the question I wanted to ask. So one way to do this, when you have so many areas that are so large with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of parcels involved here, would be to, rather than establish these as done TADs, would be to establish a TAD overlay district. And then as each project comes up, then this negotiation would occur where rather than simply being perhaps 1 or 2 seats on an advisory committee that only has recommendation power, with the mayor and council ultimately having carte blanche ultimate power, that would preserve, so the school district has no bargaining power in this. It has a voice or whatever you want to call it. Has there any consideration been given to doing this as an overlay with individual TADs so that the school district would retain the power to participate in each decision?
I'm not sure what an overlay is. It's not part of the redevelopment powers law.
No, it isn't. It's been done around in places in the state. And it would be something that the Athens-Clarke County would do unilaterally. I mean, with the school, hopefully with some explanation to the school board, but to say we want to encourage TADs in these areas. And then as developers come in and say, yes, we would like to do something here, then we would negotiate, have an intergovernmental agreement, as you know, in the typical project-based TAD, that the school district would have a part in the negotiation of.
Well, just a couple of reactions to that. I mean, most TADs are not project TADs. Most TADs are area TADs, and that's what these are intended to do. Developers, I mean, we hope we'll have developers come in and spend money like General Time and Southern Mill are, but it's a reinvestment in the community, not an investment in the developers. It's possible to do, but that's not the intention.
Well, and there's a side question. So one of the, of course, typically you expect these tax increments to go for financing infrastructure, but they could go into the parts of the development itself as part of redevelopment costs. Is that correct?
It could, for example, affordable housing, subsidizing affordable housing developers.
So, the other question I had about the school impact analysis. So when you have no projects online, how do you come up with meaningful impact analysis? And so let me ask a subpart of that, because I know what's in your presentation here. Again, apparently you have based that simply on the historical growth from 2011 to 2020. But of course, we hope and anticipate the whole purpose of this is to accelerate the growth beyond its historical pattern. So if you had used the historical growth for the school impact analysis, aren't you understating the school impact?
That may be. As I've mentioned, I hope the TADs overperform. And I'm not an economist, but I think the view of our specialists was that that's speculation. You don't have anything's a guess if you try to do that.
So how do you do a school impact analysis when all you have is speculation?
You look back where you've got real data and you apply that data to the current situation, and you get a result that would basically reflect what would happen if the area continued as it was.
And so the school impact is only that amount if the TAD completely fails.
It succeeds in the sense that there is a projection of an increment, although small in a lot of cases, and it projects an increase in enrollment, although small. But I understand it's my understanding, because I'm not the one saying it, but it's my understanding that economists say that's the best you can do.
And so my last question is, so I certainly understand why the mayor and commission wanted to take a long time to look at this. Again, it's my understanding, whether it's project-based, area TAD, whatever, it's my understanding that because the majority of the revenues involved do belong to the school district rather than the county or city, that these are typically developed with school board participation from the beginning. And as you and Blaine pointed out, the mayor and commission have spent over a year working through this. Are you expecting the school board to work through this in a week, or are we going to be given time to work through that process just like the mayor and commission has already done?
Do we have the schedule slide, Blaine?
Yes.
This is what we would like to do. And as Blaine mentioned earlier, the critical day is the end of the year, because January 1 is a new tax year. The need is to set the base, which is what you calculate from when deciding whether you've got an increment or not. And particularly with the TADs where we've got something going on, if the prospective increment gets added into the base, it becomes the base and you have less of an increment. So the hope is that the intention on the part of the commission is that they'll have a hearing next week and vote next week. And the hope is that this board would see fit to consent to dedicating its increment to the TAD. And one of the questions I've received through the chat is it a package deal? And no, it's not. If you like one TAD and not the other, you can consent to one and not the other. And if for some reason a TAD was not liked this year, but maybe it was liked next year, like tomorrow's another day. We could come back on that TAD another time, but subject to the consequences of missing that December 31st deadline.
Well, I'd like to address too that the idea that the mayor and commission have been working in a room on this. Public input was solicited back during the summer. We had this online and actually ran it longer than initially planned to make sure that we were getting good input. About the actual areas. Were there things that people wanted to see in and around these areas as we got to looked at redevelopment, and that fed into the selection of these geographic areas as redevelopment areas. And the commission themselves just got these redevelopment plans this week, actually the same day that you got these redevelopment plans. So the thought that the work that's gone into this is selecting geographic areas that have historically not developed and that need this extra assistance to redevelop, which would provide more growth, in the digest and, for the benefit of the businesses and the residents, but also for the school district and the local government long-term as far as tax revenue.
Yes, I wasn't talking about board members showing up as individual citizens to speak in forums, but rather the two governmental bodies working together as governmental governing authorities. So, I mean, I would just take this opportunity, and then I'll be quiet to tell my board members, as I've told them before, that the typical process. As a matter of fact, I've never seen one or heard of one like this. But typically, you would be involved in this, and you would have been working with the mayor and commission and developing this, and certainly have had a lot more information and input before you vote than you will have had by next week.
Well, Dan, I know that you've worked with a lot of TADs across Georgia. I mean, that's a pretty strong accusation there. And certainly we are here to answer any questions you have and provide you the time that you would like. I have worked on a TAD before in another local government, and it went very much like this over in Floyd County. And Dan, I know that you have had the same thing. So I think this broad assertion that this is the norm rather than the exception is not entirely true. But we came to you to present these to you and answer any questions you have. And Dan, I don't know if you want to offer anything beyond that.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, I have seen an awful lot of TADs, and the process depends on the community. I mean, somebody said all politics is local, and it is. There's some communities where you might do what Mike described, and there's others where you might not. And I've seen it both ways. In fact, I've probably seen it more the way that we're doing it tonight than any other way. And it's a function of how the system works. The TAD has a sponsor. The school district can't sponsor a TAD. And there's a reason that there's a legal requirement for a school system impact analysis that has some specific things that have to be responded to. That's what the General Assembly thinks that the school district ought to be concerned about, because that's why it was baked into the law. Now, that's not to say that you can't do whatever you want to. As I said, as we were going through the plan, it's your choice what to do. But these are intended to be area TADs that help areas and the people in them. That they're not about developers, unless something like assisting an affordable housing developer helps the people in the TADs. It's not complicated. The process was complicated. The due diligence was very thorough, but that's designed to serve up to you something that has been vetted, and these have been.
So, Dr. Thomas, I know this is still in your part of your report, Blaine and Mr. Williams and Mr. McRae were definitely appreciative of the information that you provided. I guess I just want to see, I've heard the concerns that Mr. Pruitt has shared. It sounds like there's probably people have varying opinions. And I don't know that we'll come to a resolution tonight. And people may even have additional questions regarding how or if we move forward. And based on the timeline that I think I saw up, there was a requirement for a vote by next week. And so I guess I'm just sort of placing this, just for consideration or wanting to hear from the board, like, where do we go? I know Greg and Mr. Davis and Dr. Knox with the Governmental Relations Committee have worked pretty hard to build the relationship back with the Athens Clarke County government. I don't know if that means that we may need to try to meet. I highly doubt we will be able to meet before next week, but to meet and talk about this more, to give you all a more realistic, to discuss it more, but also to give you all more realistic impression of where we are. I'm just not exactly sure how we need to move forward, but I do think that we probably do need to move the conversation forward.
Can I make an observation? I heard discussion earlier about the board maybe having another meeting. I didn't hear a lot of enthusiasm about it, but I heard the possibility of another meeting this year. in addition to the one that's on this schedule here. So maybe we could take some more time and consider that. And then Blaine, could you move back to the slide showing the increments?
We do have another meeting in December.
Okay.
All right, that's what I was going to say. So if this is not as time sensitive as we thought, where you have to have a vote by next week, I think it would be appropriate to allow our board time to engage with Attorney Pruitt and ask any questions that they might have, and then allow time for him to be in conversation with you all to get answers to those questions so that the board can make an informed decision.
And I also want to thank the Governmental Relations Committee for giving us an opportunity to present a couple of months ago on this topic.
Only observation, final observation tonight, although I've got all night if y'all want to talk some more. I do enjoy this. Look at these numbers. The only TADs that have significant dollars in them are 3 and 4, and that's because they've got projects. The other TADs, this is small money. Now, we hope it'll be larger money, but you know, let's keep it in perspective. This is, a dollar can go a long way in some parts of any community. And we've got several TADs here who really need that. We have something, you know, really great in mind for East Downtown and Newton Bridge. It's the opportunity to capitalize on 2 private projects. So this is what the ask is. And as we said earlier, if we overperform over the years, we'll be done sooner, and everybody will be happy about that. Mission accomplished.
I think this is my 3rd time hearing this presentation, so thank you very much for the information. Yeah, the numbers. So Blaine, I'll follow up with you about my concerns about the impact on the adjoining properties, especially on the West Broad and the Alps Road. That's my neighborhood, and I know that that's the one that's not included in this plan is over 100 years old. And so we have infrastructure issues in that community, including houses that are still on septic. And so they wouldn't be eligible to be a part of this development initiative anyway. But that's a conversation that maybe we can have later, because I know we've done some things to kind of help out the 65 and older homeowners in terms of freezing their taxes at some point, or there's some relief that's out there. I can't remember what that program is. And so most of my neighbors are going to qualify for that. But again, as this development occurs and the reassessments come through, then that's always my concern, is for those people that are living on a fixed income in their generational wealth homes, and then all of a sudden they can't afford them. That's major for me. I'm one of those. So yes, I'm totally a part of that conversation. Thank you.
Dan, I've just got one comment to say. I mean, one thing that you pointed out was that in the Lexington corridor, I'm on a committee that I was appointed by my commissioner to be on in terms of the expenditure of $4 million to kind of spruce up the Lexington corridor. And I'm just amazed how little $4 million goes. And here, I think we're talking, if I remember right, $34,000 the first year that we would be able to put into the TAD. And from what I could figure out, that pays about 500 feet of sidewalk or something. So I was kind of thinking that when the proposal came across, that I know you have a couple TAD 3 and 4 that has substantial amounts of money in it, but I'm not sure what, in terms of the Lexington corridor, what $34,000 a year. Of course, I know it will go up each year, presumably, but anyway, that's what I'm thinking about. But I in principle, I see some benefit, but
Greg, I completely understand. And, you know, we could have made those numbers larger. We could have used a larger background growth figure. It's the magic of Excel. But my mama raised me not to spend money I don't have. So the numbers are cautious. I do think it's my personal belief that we will overperform, which means that there will be more money, which means that we'll, I hope in the near future, have another meeting to consider taking a look at what else we might be able to do. But the longest journey begins with a single step. And if we're able to create the TAD, then we capture the increment going forward. And it's not one and done with this. This is an interactive process. The commission imposed on themselves those priorities. And there was discussion about the school board's seat at the table and the reinvestment of that portion. Well, that portion would be 100% if that's what it ends up being. But I can tell you there's a sincere effort to help these areas. And because a tax allocation district is a reinvestment of the taxes that are produced, you can't import money. You've got to generate it locally. And the TAD concept is that you make the right investments with that money, the growth will come and everybody will benefit. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, thank you both for presenting to us tonight, Dr. Gant. Based on what I heard from you, I think the next step would be for Mr. Williams and I to talk with each other and see if there is a possibility to extend our vote to our December meeting. And this would allow board members to get any questions they have to Attorney Pruitt. Attorney Pruitt can then speak with the appropriate individuals so that the board has all the information they need to make an informed vote and decision.
Yes, that sounds, I think that's about right. But I just I want to clarify. So are we saying if we have questions to go through Mr. Pruitt, or can we just simply call Mr. Williams or
I think we
Mayor
should go
Gertz
through.
or
Attorney Pruitt, what are your preferences? My thought would be that we go through him and then he collect all of those and present all of that information to everyone at once so that we're all receiving the same information rather than everyone making their own individual calls and some people having, insights that others might not have. But if we use Attorney Pruitt as our point person, then he could bring all of that back and basically do a mini presentation for the board that addresses all of the concerns that he received.
That's certainly fine with me.
Would you like for the board to send those questions to you directly or to Ms. Pruitt and I, and we forward to you?
was that question for Mr. Pruitt?
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Thomas?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't. Sure. I mean, any of you can call me, email me, text me, whatever you want to do. And I'll try to organize things and sort of get answers back out to everyone at once so it's more efficient.
Okay. And then Mr. Williams, you and I can touch base. If you want to just send me an email and let me know if there's some flexibility on us getting that vote, and then you and I can communicate that way.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you. So, Dr. Gant, this concludes my portion of the superintendent's report. It was long, Dr. Knox. Don't get at me. I've worked to do my part, but both of these were beyond my control this time. So, at this point, I think we will move on. Is policy next, if I'm correct?
No, we're not even quite at policy yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
we're at
finance reports.
That's right. We're at.
I'll say good night to everybody. We enjoyed being here with you. Good questions. Enjoyed talking. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Mr. McRae. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. So I think, Dr. Gant, I am finished. So it would be back to you and then to Mr. Schoeneman.
Okay. All right. So we'll move forward with item number 7. And Mr. Schoonerman, the financial report for July, August, and September.
Okay. Lisa, are you going to give me the ability to share my screen?
You should have that ability. You can just grab it and share.
Okay. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
I can.
Okay. Before we start, I had a session today. I'm at GASBO, and I took a training session on delivering financial information. And the highlights were keep it brief, hit the highlights, only go into details when asked, make it interactive. So if you have any questions, please ask. It doesn't matter what kind of question it is. Other people probably have the same question, so please ask if you have any questions. And bottom line, do not use any accounting terminology. So I'll do my best to follow those. And like I said, if you have any questions, stop me at any time, and I can go into more detail if you like. Last time I reported to you guys, we had wrapped up FY20. Since then, we have, we're in our 4th month here in FY21, and we have prepared for you 3 months of financial statements. So the ones I have in front of you are through September. And when we were in the finance committee, I recommended to the finance committee, let's just go ahead and jump to September. Although we've got the first 2 months out there, you can take a look at those. Really, the nature of financial statements, they're cumulative in nature. So rather than go back and look at each month, we're just going to jump straight into September. For revenues through the month of September, so we're in our 3rd period here. We are slightly behind the benchmark of where we were at this same point in FY20. And this is primarily due to just when we have collected our property taxes. So at this point last year, we had collected 12.2% of our property taxes. This year, we're sitting at 9.4%. And just to kind of ease my own concern, I've gone ahead already and I've looked into October. And really, we've caught up in the month of October. So although we were behind through September, really the due date for the taxes was October 20th. And we've collected the vast majority of our taxes by now, and we've really caught up for our revenue. So there's really no concerns that I see yet with revenues. Although at this time frame that we're measuring it, we are still a little bit behind schedule, but for October, we caught up. Our expenditures through September, we were slightly ahead, 0.3% of where we were at last year. And what I explained to the finance committee is this year, the first day of the fiscal year, we transferred out almost $600,000. And that is all the money that we had earmarked for the LSGT Better Everyday grants. And what we did is we moved those funds out to a separate fund. So all the activity for those Better Everyday grants is taking place in Fund 121. And so since the nearly $600,000 shows up as an expense to the financial statements, it really front loads when you're making those expenses. So instead of happening throughout the year, it's really front loading it towards the beginning of the year. And so compared to prior years, we're spending money faster. So we can jump into our cash. And the effect of not bringing money in as fast as we did last year and then front loading our expenditures, our cash, although it started ahead of where we were in FY20, it's almost at the exact same point where we were at this point in FY20. So we still are up about $900,000. But one thing I want you guys to keep in mind is we did budget ourselves to use some of our fund balance to fill in the gaps this year, as well as budgeting this full $2.7 million here to be moved out and spent on the new Prince Avenue project. So I anticipate this yellow line, which tracks our cash and investments, to fall below where we were in FY20 and then kind of trend below it through the rest of the year. Our fund balance We're sitting at 28.3 million compared to 27.9 million. So we are ahead of where we were last year, but similar to cash, I do anticipate, just because of what we budgeted in FY21, for this yellow line to fall below the blue line and kind of keep the same pattern here, and then end up still above 15%, that green line that shows our threshold for our fund balance. Our statement of revenues, like I'd mentioned, we're not collecting as fast through the month of September. We're sitting at 10.5% instead of 12.2%. And just how they are split up by source so far through September, 42% has come from the state and 58% has come from local sources. For expansion, we're fronting with that big transfer out. As a result, we're sitting at 15% of our expenditures through September, as compared to 14.7% in the prior year. You can see here the yellow, our actual expenditures is exceeding our budget for the month because this monthly budget is based off of historical trends. And then as a result, when we get to our cash flow, if you recall, this document is taking what's actually been received and actually been spent through the first 3 periods, and then it's adding on what we anticipate to receive and then what we anticipate to spend. And based off of the 3 months of actuals and the remaining months of estimates, we're trying to pinpoint or actually estimate whether or not our fund balance is going to increase or decrease. And I would just warn not to spend too much attention to this cash flow projection at this point. It does show about a $4.9 million decrease. But like I said, I've actually jumped forward and looked into October. And I think our property taxes have caught up, and our expenditures are actually behind now where we were sitting at in FY20 through the month of October. So like I said, I wouldn't spend too much time here. We really want to start focusing on this figure probably late December and early January. But it's really preliminary to look at this estimation as of this point. So I'll be happy to entertain any kind of questions that you have at this point. No, that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron.
Thank you. Okay. So we are going to move forward with item number 8. And as you can tell, under item number 8, there are a variety of different, well, a lot of policies, but we've done a good amount of discussion in policy committee, but I am going to go ahead and turn this number 8 over to you, Dr. Yeager, for you to do your magic and share with us, update us on these policies, and address any questions that people have.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. So just an overview, there are 45 policies that we're putting up for public comment. 17 are the A and the C policies, which were worked through by Dr. Thomas, Dr. Dykman, and myself. Of those, just 1 is a review only. 6 are revised, and then, oops, sorry. Yes, 7 are revised, and then there's 9 that are to be rescinded. So I can work through this first set real quickly, and please stop me if there are any questions. I also emailed you a document. I thought I was going to be able to load it up as a property committee report, but I guess that'll happen next week. And I don't know whether it would help to show my screen or just watch what's going on in the screen in board doc.
Property, I think you meant.
And I mean property. Yes, thank you. Policy Committee, thank you. Can you tell I'm tired?
You want to share your screen, Dr. Yeager? I can stop sharing if you do.
Maybe that would help, or you could share the
Okay.
document that I sent to you earlier. Would that be? I can share it. I mean, I think it'll let me share it.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my little preview that I had meant to share with you in advance and didn't quite get done. So so starting with A1, for policy AA is just the school district legal status. No changes recommended. It's a history of the district. It's not necessary, but we felt that it might as well stay. I'm sorry, Linda?
Well, here I go speaking again, but I think it would be good for us to be looking at the policy while you do that explanation, so that people that didn't get a chance to come to the policy committee can see the policy. That's just my opinion, but I'm gonna go over here and look at the policy. So keep going. I have 2 computers. All right, we're good.
Lisa, maybe you could show the policy, please. And if people want to look at this file, it's in your email. So ABB is board powers and duties, very minor revision, changing the word citizens to students. 8.3 is AEAB, school holidays, very small minor revisions, just to point out that the board does not approve the calendar. Sorry, we approve the calendar, we do not determine the calendar. CD was a little bit more of a serious revision. I hope you all had a chance to look at it. We tried to revise the language to better align with our chain of command that's written on our business cards. We had taken a few things out, but during policy committee, we put many of them back in. So that one probably needs your attention if you haven't had a chance to look at it. CEG, we just removed a couple of extraneous sentences, but retained the encouragement of superintendent professional development. CEI deserves your careful attention, and maybe Kara can answer any questions about that. She's the one who revised it to fit better with what we heard about in our training and the timing of the evaluation of the superintendent. But this came through Dr. Thomas and Dr. Dykman's review, and then we discussed it pretty thoroughly in policy committee. But please, that's one that we should look at very carefully.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say about that is that some of the times that are on there. So for example, in the year-end evaluation where it talks about within 2 weeks of this meeting, this will happen, within 2 weeks of that meeting, this will happen. I just put those times in there so that we would have some kind of guide. But if people don't think that's enough time or want to change that or any of those things, I'm happy to have discussions about. They were not meant to be unilaterally decided by me. I just put them in there as kind of placeholders.
It is your feeling that 2 weeks is long enough or not long enough?
I guess we won't really know until we try a cycle of this, but if other people feel like that's not enough time. My thought was that when we started, it's really small on my screen. Hold on, let me make it bigger so I can see. Once the state performance data are available, everything sort of falls after that, and we don't know when that will be. So that's why I said we'll do this, and then within 2 weeks we will go to the next step, and then within 2 weeks we'll go to the next step. So I guess my thought was that once we had that first meeting after the state data came in, that we would set the times for those other meetings and make sure that we had them on the calendar so they didn't kind of get missed. But again, that's open to discussion.
So we may want to pause at this point and answer any questions people have about these revisions. Okay, seeing none, I will move forward. CG was administrative personnel. So there's a whole series of these administrative personnel policies, starting with the letter CG and then either followed by nothing or followed by a bunch of other letters. We determined that these policies were all redundant with the G policies that we had just worked through earlier in the summer. So we slimmed it down to one policy that says, please refer to administrative staff. Sorry, please refer administrative staff to all G policies, period. And then we deleted all of the rest of the personnel related G policies. The only one that seemed like it might need further action is to put something about consulting into a G policy, since there was no existing G policy otherwise about consulting, but we'll put that on the docket for our next agenda. So there's a series of CGB, CGD, CGI, CGK, CGL, CGPD, CGPEA, CGPG, and CGPG Reg that we have recommended to rescind and simply refer to their parallel in the G policies. 817 is a little bit out of order, but we put this back in with the dropping of the 2 words following our last training by GSBA that recommended that we remove, for legal reasons, those 2 words. 8.18 CN is administrative records, modified to and simplified to just point to state laws. 8.19 was revised according to our new chief, Dr. Watley. She recommended changes related to virtual or online learning that needed to be added for the upcoming semester. And then in the process, simplified some other areas for clarity.
So I'm sorry, Dr. Yeager, on policy BH, the 2 words aren't highlighted.
They should be lined out as and support.
Not seeing it. Oh, I see it now. Okay, great. Number 8. Thank you. I apologize. I see it now.
Yeah, it's section 5.8.
Great.
Any other questions? I don't mean to rush through this if we don't need to, if we have questions. Okay, then the remaining policies, starting with number 20, are the E's and the F's, and these were discussed by Mr. Fisher and his full team, including Chief Sizemore, Ms. Farmer, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Galbraith, and others. And then I joined them, and I believe Dr. Anderson was there. Most were deemed just fine and consistent with current practice and law. There were, so many of them are just review only. We further discussed some of these in policy committee with Mr. Pruitt's comments and made a few small changes here and there. But just quickly, EBB is about the safety. The school safety plan, we added the sentence to be to point out that it's exempt from open records. Again, probably not necessary to do that because it's state law, but just pointing out that you can't just call up and ask to see the school safety plan because it is a document that's designed for emergency operations, and you wouldn't want someone to know that if they were planning an attack of any kind on a school. So that one has been revised very slightly. EBD, so 21, 22 EBL were review only. We decided to rescind EBL reg, mostly because the language was a little bit out of date and it was very detailed related to the Athens-Clarke County recycling plan. And so we just thought we put a sentence saying we will work with Athens-Clarke County to do our recycling, and we didn't need all the details. So we suggest that we delete that reg. The next 8 or 9, ECH, ED, EDR1, EDAA, EDC, EDD, EDDR1, EDDA, and EDDAR1 were all review only. Mr. Weaver, the transportation director, said those were all consistent with current practice and no problem. Ms. Farmer worked on EE and EER1 and made some revisions to update in terms of being consistent with USDA terminology and also to clarify our community eligibility provision. This policy had been last reviewed prior to our community qualifying for the school free lunch for everybody. So it's now accurate. FDAB was review only, architects' involvement in long range planning. FDB, this is Mr. Gilbreth adding a word or here or two, citing the local school governance teams, which were created after this policy was last reviewed. The next four were review only, existing facilities, naming facilities. We talked a little bit about revising our naming facilities plan, given that we voted to suspend it this last month, whether it was too complicated, but we just decided for now that it's a fine process that generally is a good idea to follow. So we can revisit this one later if you want. We thought it was fine for now. Finally, FER1 was a facilities project planning was just revised to properly refer to the chief of operations rather than the associate principal of or associate director of something or other, which doesn't exist anymore. So just terminology fixes. And then the rest were review only. So there's, as I said, 45 total, 21, almost half of them are review only. They were deemed up to date and fairly well consistent with practice. Most of these had been worked on since 2015, so they're just 5 or 6 years old, and that's why they're still decent shape. The 14 that we talked about revisions, most were minor revisions. The only major revisions I would say were to the superintendent evaluation and the food service. Those were the most major revisions. And then the 10 rescinding, as I mentioned, were due to redundancy with the G policies. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those questions. Otherwise, I suggest we put them all together in some sort of a consent agenda, just to make Lisa's life a little easier.
I would feel very comfortable with that. I don't know if I can make a motion, but I feel comfortable with that.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or concerns?
Or maybe if there are any that people look at between now and next week that they want to pull off, can they still do that between now and the meeting next week?
I think, yeah, you can pull them off. We could pull off in advance the superintendent evaluation in case anybody wants to revisit that one. I'd be comfortable with that. The other ones seem to me pretty straightforward.
And I would recommend if there are any questions or specific recommendations or clarity that's needed on the superintendent recommendation, one to encourage us to reach out definitely before next week to Dr. Yeager and Dr. Dykeman, actually. I think you all were the pair that worked on that.
Mostly Kara, yeah. Okay.
Did I say let's just lump it in unless someone wants to pull it? I mean, because that's
okay.
My suggestion.
That agrees. Okay. Well, if there's no other questions, then I guess there's no voting, so we'll just try to do that. And again, if you have a concern, we can pull it off. Shall I move on to 9, Dr. Gant?
Yes, please. And these are the policies to be adopted, rescinded, or revised. Dr. Yeager?
All I know, well, for now, I know that we have had no public comment so far on any of these policies. 9, do you want me to work through them again? We worked through them last week.
I don't think that's necessary, but unless others feel differently.
Last month, I mean, when we posted.
Right, I know that
comment.
right. right?
So these are mostly the D policies, which we worked through with Mr. Schöneman, and the K and, yeah, just the K policies, which we worked through with Mr. Harris. Excuse me. And again, there was no public comment. Some of them are very, very old and were rescinded. The D policies, most of them were review only. So just kind of looking through, it's the classified personnel hiring. It was the last G policy we needed to finish. All the D policies, most of which were review only, or there was a couple of ones that were rescinded because of no longer being relevant to practice, like the deductions and things. I can work through them individually, but we did that last month. So I guess I would recommend that we not do that again, given that there was no public comment. Mr. Schöneman, did you want to say anything about those D policies? Have you changed your mind?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Harris, are you there? Did you have any other comments about the Ks?
I didn't know there was no public comment, but I think everything was fairly solid, Dr. Yeager.
Okay. Then I guess I would recommend we lump them together as a consent until someone wants to pull one.
I suggest that as well.
All right.
Mr. Worthy, was that a sigh of happiness or disgust?
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Again, if you have any questions about any of these, please reach out and pull them off the consent if there's a problem.
Do.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Dr. Dykeman and Mr. Schöneman and Mr. Harris. I know everyone has sort of put forth a lot of effort over the past several months. So thank you very much for that overview.
And don't forget Mr. Fisher's team really worked through those yeah.
Facilities. Yeah, thank you.
Facilities
Thank
was
you.
a lot of them, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher and team. Moving forward to item number 10, which are our personnel recommendations. There was a board report provided by Dr. Thomas. Were there any follow-up questions for her?
Hearing no questions, Dr. Gann, it would be my recommendation that the personnel list be placed on the agenda for approval for next week's meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move forward with our consent agenda and discussion. Item number 11 on our agenda, and I'll just work through each of these. If someone wants to pull one off, if you would just say that, and that way that'll, I think that'll be easier for me to hear and detect versus everybody saying approve. So the work session minutes from October 1st. Okay, what about the October 6th professional development meeting minutes?
This is the one that I had a question about, but I wasn't sure if I was misremembering. And so I didn't want to say for sure, but it says on that one that one of the norms that we discussed was 13C, I think, which is a disciplinary hearing. And I didn't remember, I'm just gonna say right now, I didn't remember talking about that, but if we did, then I will be corrected.
I don't think we did talk about that. I did see your question. I know that there was a good bit of work done on that as far as a draft, but I don't think we talked about that either.
Okay.
Does anyone else remember?
I will edit that.
It did.
Okay, so you'll make that edit, Ms. Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so with that edit, do we want to keep this on the, does anyone want to pull this off of the consent agenda? All right, what about the October 7th professional development meeting minutes? Our October 29th call meeting minutes? Okay.
I think you skipped the 8th. Yeah, you skipped the 8th.
October the 8th.
Okay, okay. What about October 8th? All right, and there was no one that wanted to pull off October 29th, the call meeting minutes. Okay. All right, and what about the approval of the map, the NWEA map assessment? All right. The annual renewal of the ECRA group, the data dashboard. I know we had some questions around this. Does anyone want to pull this off or have any questions for clarification?
I think I'd like to pull it off. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for providing the information, the answers to the questions.
Yes, sir, and thank you for getting those to us in advance. I was equally, as I stated, I was a little shocked, but I understand now that we've gotten some greater clarity, and I also did not realize that that was a contract that was entered into for a 3-year period of time. But this is the last of those, that 3-year agreement. But thank you for getting those questions to us.
Yes. One question that comes to mind right now is, I was trying to find this in my emails. When did we talk, or when did you talk to us about canceling contracts? Was that in January? I feel like it was early this year, but
it was early this year, and we pulled a list. We had a spreadsheet that we went by, and I shared that spreadsheet with you. And we had been on, just in being very honest, had done a fairly good job of canceling contracts. Many of them fall within the window, so you can't cancel before X date, but it has to be before X date. So it's like a window of time where you can actually submit that cancellation. And that one was there to get turned in. And it seems like, I guess with the COVID pandemic and people not working face to face, it slipped through the cracks. And it was caught about 2 weeks after the deadline. And when efforts were made from our purchasing department to cancel, ECRA refused to let us out of that contract. So that's the information that I received after you posed those questions, because I was uncertain. I thought it had been canceled as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd still like to pull it, but it's not something that I'm gonna make a big fight over.
Right. No, it's totally understandable. It was on the list that I submitted to the board, and we had set very clear timelines for that process, but somehow that one was omitted. So yes, sir, totally understandable.
Okay, thank you.
I think
You're welcome.
One thing, Dr. Thomas, and I will put this in an email as a reminder, but I did notice that in the explanation that apparently we will continue using a piece of it for the gifted program.
So that will be for MAP, Mr. Davis. So we have to use a norm reference test. So that refers to item 11.6, not 11.7.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Oh, okay. So that's where the 20,000 is?
So in the future, 11.6 will be about 20,000. It will be reduced from, I believe it's 94,000 to 20,000 in future usage.
Okay. Can I, Dr. Gant, can I pull 11.6 then and for clarification? And I will put that in writing in the meantime to Dr. Thomas.
Okay, so right now we have 11.6 and 11.7 pulled off of consent.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Davis, can you copy me on your questions? Because I actually have a question and I don't know if it's the same as yours.
Yes.
That I meant to ask about 11.6 as well.
Yeah, I will certainly.
It just jogged my memory from
Yeah, and
okay.
I mixed up which one it was in.
All right, so right now we have 11.6, 11.7 pulled off. What about 11.8, the internet access purchase? Does anyone want to pull that off of consent? Okay. All right, 11.9, the Hillsman Middle School final project.
Tuition certificate.
Oh, I have a quick question about that we don't have to pull it off of consent, but my question is this. Did we ever have a walkthrough of the school after it was completed? I think we did. I know there was an open house, right?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did too.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I had one while it was construction.
It took some of y'all, if you remember, we got a van, took you all through. Y'all remember that?
Okay.
Yeah, that was Linda and I went when it was still under construction, right?
Yeah.
Right, under construction. I just didn't know if there was a final walkthrough, but okay. Well, I mean, I know you guys did one, but I didn't know if the board got a chance. But I'm good. I went to open house and saw some of it. Thank you.
Okay. And our last item. So, Ms. Davis, to be clear, you want that to remain. You don't want to pull that off of consent.
Absolutely not.
Okay. 1110, which is our Georgia Power easement.
I just had a quick question. Mr. Fisher, that's located along on the other side of the parking lot of our Paradise Boulevard location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's just vacant land, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
But now that's one I'd love to. Did the property committee have an opportunity to look at that request? Because I just didn't remember hearing about it until I saw it here.
No, I did not bring that before the property committee.
Okay.
Actually, part of it is my fault. Initially, I didn't, based on the information I was reading, and after I consulted with our attorney,
Okay.
didn't realize that I need to bring it before the board, to be honest with you. And Mr. Pruitt said that we need to do that. So that's why we got it before y'all tonight, but I did not bring it before the property committee.
Okay, and I don't know if it should have been. I kind of felt like it did, but okay, I'll leave it
And
on.
there's no, and I'm sorry, I'm chiming in, but the only reason I suggested to Mr. Fisher to bring it is simply because there's nothing in your policies that delegates any of your property decisions to administration. So, but this is a very routine thing. It's just a utility easement across some board property, and the appraisers, they come up with a value. They have a methodology just like the highway department does. So I don't see any problems with it, but I felt like
that's kind of what I thought.
They did need to see it.
I kind of thought the property committee would have vetted that, but that's fine. Because it's already done. But I would have thought that would have been one that the property committee would have looked at to better understand the easement. So and that's okay. I just need some help reading that paper. So I'll maybe see you, Mr. Fisher.
Okay. And also they'll be giving us a check for $3,255 to use the easement.
Okay. And Mr. Fisher, with this particular, and Mr. Pruitt, for this isn't officially approved until it's approved by the board, right? I feel like I saw something. I saw like a sheet of paper or a document that came across papers that I needed to sign, and I may be getting other things confused.
Actually, again, I signed that. You got it notarized.
Okay.
I don't think, unless Mr. Pruitt say otherwise, I don't think you need to sign off on it.
No, that's fine. It's just that the board, it needs to be in the minutes of the board that the board has approved it, and then any official can sign it for the district.
Okay. I was just making sure that I hadn't.
I
have a
think-
follow-up question, Mike, but I'll
Okay,
reach
okay.
out to you and Mr.
Dr. Gant, Dr. Gant, this is certificate on the Hillsman property is what you need to sign.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm crossing over something that I feel like I saw about an easement, but I'll follow up with Ms. Palmer and Mr. Pruitt and Mr. Fisher.
And I'll just request that these come through the property committee going forward. That would be good.
I don't know that the property committee meets often enough, and we haven't done this historically, have we, through property?
I thought we met on all property issues historically. And so those are all meetings, so I'm not sure that that's a reason, but I don't know.
I'll tell you, 99% of the time when we're giving an easement, we're giving it to Athens Clarke County for a water or sewer line at a new construction. So this doesn't come up very often. And I certainly understand, like Mr. Fisher says, that this is, we're just talking about a small easement that's not going to impede the district's use of the property, and it's a small amount of payment, but it's technically a conveyance of a property interest and has to be approved by the board.
Thank you.
You're correct, Mike. We've done this in the past. This is the second time I've been chairperson of the property committee. We've done easements with Athens, Clarke County government, et cetera, but I don't ever recall doing it in a property committee meeting.
All right, so do we want to keep this, want to pull it off of consent, or Ms. Davis, do you feel like your questions have been answered?
My questions haven't been answered, and I'll defer them to our committee meeting discussions.
Okay, so do you want to leave it on?
It can stay on consent, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so right now, so Ms. Palmer, can you remind us which items are coming off of consent?
Yes, ma'am. 11.6 and 11.7.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, moving forward to our other action items for next week. I do want to thank Dr. Dykeman for saving me over this past week with sorting through our norms. She did share a document that sort of broke down the norms based on what we have already adopted, what is on the table for adoption specifically for next week, and then like drafts. And so, Dr. Dykeman, can you just give us a brief overview and
Sure.
we can talk a little about this?
Yeah, so the first three, we don't even need to look at because those three are already approved. I just wanted to put everything in the same place. And then the next three, starting here, are the ones that we talked about and went over during our GSBA meetings. And so all I did was take the documents that had been edited during the meetings and keep the content and just put them into the same format that the other ones are in. And with this first one, the board meetings, I also, I made these three categories, and we don't need to keep them if you don't want, but I did like prior to the meeting and during the meeting, or general conduct, preparation for the meeting, and then during the meeting, just to try to organize them in some way. But that's open to everybody's preference. And so those are those three. And then the last three are the sample norms that GSBA sent to us. And so I just copied those in as well and didn't do anything with those. So those are ones that we can go through as well.
All right. And so I guess I do want to open the floor because particularly for the three that will be moving forward, well, first starting there, were there any changes? Again, Dr. Dyckman really just took what we talked about. Dr. Yeager had already took the notes for us, so thank you for that, and organized this for us. But we want to be sure that these three norms are at a place where they can be adopted, if possible, for next week. So are there any questions or any like suggestions, any tweaks that we need to make for the three norms moving forward?
What I would like to do, Dr. Gann, is just have them out there because she did such a good job, but I haven't had a chance to really study them. And so if I have any questions, I will certainly get back, reach out to her, reach out to you, and put anything forward that I think. But I still think they need to be on the agenda to be voted on. But if we all kind of like looked at them this week and made whatever suggestions people had.
I only have one suggestion, and I can't remember which one it is. It was on the communications. I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe I'll do that. I'll email. Who do I email about the correction or the suggestion?
You can email me, or the Google Doc is editable. So if you want to,
I don't want to edit. I want to.
Or you can put a comment on it. You
Yeah,
can put
maybe
a comment on it.
a
also.
comment would allow us to track like sort of the
okay.
conversations.
There was one where it just simply said that the board members would report to the superintendent if we had a conflict with a board member. And I think that's just inappropriate. And it probably should have been the president or the vice president, kind of, again, following some of what was in Robert's Rules of Order.
Wait, was that one of the first three that we adopted, Ms. Davis, or was it embedded in these three?
Can't remember. When I read them again before the meeting tonight, I can't remember which one it was, and I should have written it down, but I didn't have time, so I apologize for that.
Oh, no worries. I was just curious because that sounds very familiar based on the first three that we adopted because that was talking about how to resolve issues with non-officers and then officers.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a non-officer issue, and I think it said report to the president and the superintendent. And I think that, again, because it's a board concern, I think it should go, we can copy the superintendent, but I think it should go to the president or the vice president. I don't know what the superintendent would do with us reporting board misbehavior, since we're her boss. That was my concern.
Yeah, I don't know if that was like a misprint because I feel like when we talked about that was the spirit of that to have, I think the board president, then Dr. Knox and Dr. Thomas and Mr. Stevens. I feel like we had this conversation at some point, but I think that was the spirit of it, to be sure that that person could reach out to the president or a designee or something like that.
Right now it says report the concern to the board president and or superintendent privately.
Thank you. So I think that should be the president or the vice president. I don't see why reporting it. I mean, you could talk to the superintendent if you want to, but I think that puts an undue pressure on the superintendent to try and manage the behavior of the board.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
Have we talked about this before?
We certainly did.
Somebody talked about it. I don't remember this conversation because I can't imagine that would have gone through.
Yeah, we talked about it in a good bit in the smaller team/committee meetings, but we also this came before the board at a work session as well. And I know it's so much information, it could have very well been overlooked, but I do think that we've discussed it before. And nothing prevents us from going back and changing it, but I think the majority of the board felt okay with the language at the time.
Dr. Gann, if I recall correctly, there was some conversation about what if the conflict was between the president and the vice president. And that was when I thought the conversation was that you would engage with the superintendent. But then I thought we also talked about, or another board member could kind of intercede. But that's where it came from, was when the conflict existed between the two leaders, then someone else had to be the third person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that not defined someplace like the most senior person or something like that? Because again, I can't imagine engaging the superintendent in that conflict. Again, because the board hires and fires the superintendent. I don't understand that piece. And I don't know how the superintendent can gently reprimand a board member. I don't see that. That's not in her direct line of.
I don't think it was for a reprimand. I think it was more so to have another, just another person there in case. But
Maybe it should be the attorney. Maybe we should go to the attorney or somebody, but I don't see that one. That concerns me. And if I'm the only one that it concerns, then 2 more years.
No, I think the way to look at that you inform the president, the vice president, but you're not involving the superintendent as a person to reprimand or admonish a person or whatever. It's just keeping the superintendent in the loop. That's all.
I still don't see that, but okay. Maybe HR can give us some direction on that one.
Well, as of right now, it's the norm that we're supposed to be following. So if we want to change it, certainly the good part about norms is that we can review these, we can change them. What I may recommend though is that Dr. Dykeman has created this in a Google Doc or organize it for us. And so if there are specific questions or recommendations, you can put those comments inside of the document. And, depending on where we are, if we're there next week, and ready to adopt these, then I say let's adopt them. But if we feel that we need to table them, I wouldn't encourage us to table them for too long, but we do have a board meeting in actually, I think this may be after the visit, our board member in December, but we also may have a call board meeting later to wrap up Cognia stuff. But I really, really would, just encourage us to read through the norms. Again, we did a good bit of this work already for the 3 middle norms. And so that was really, with the exception, Dr. Dykeman, I think there were some questions in there about the social media. We did not finish the social media one, I don't think.
We didn't.
And so, if we feel like we want to keep that, if we don't, really look at it and just sort of make some, share what your comments are and your suggestions are.
Yeah, so there were 2 parts of the communication one that we hadn't really finalized. The media part, there's a note in there that says this part of the norm needs to be tabled until KBCA can be discussed. And I don't know that that's been resolved.
We did that.
We did. Okay.
That.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe you can just take a look at that part of the norm and see whether that still seems appropriate. And then the social media one, we did not get to in our discussion with GSBA. So I took the 2 things we had talked about or that were in there, plus the bullet points in the GSBA sample norm. So that's what is underneath social media, but we haven't actually had a discussion about that as a board.
Okay. What do you all think? That was just my recommendation, but
I would like to get these approved next week if we can and moved forward so we have them done.
I would too.
So let's work on them this week if we have to. And at least read through them and comment on them, and maybe Kara and one or two of the rest of us can try to work on it prior to Thursday if there's a lot of edits. But
And again, it shouldn't be too many, but I'm here. I am trying to tell people what to put in there, but I'm just saying we have spent about, was it 3 hours or 6 hours? I can't remember how many.
Six.
Right. We've spent 6 hours at least on these middle ones. Like not the social media one. So I get that one, but we have spent 6 hours on these. So, you know, there does come a time where, you know, I think we have to say, okay, is it good enough for right now? And then at some point, do we review them in the future? Particularly with those middle ones. So.
And keep in mind that norms are something that can be altered.
That's right.
Much easier than a policy.
Okay.
And then I think the last section, the first one, which is governance roles and responsibilities, was one that I just remember Julie, it seemed like she thought that we really should try to adopt this one as soon as possible as well, because it kind of sets the tone for everything. So this is pretty much, it is copied verbatim from the GSBA sample norms. They had the first one, lead as a unified team with superintendent. They had that twice, so all I did was take that out, but the rest of it is exactly the same. I took out the double instance of it.
Okay, so if I could make the following recommendation, it's similar to Mr. Davis, that we take this next few days to take a look if there are any recommended changes or suggestions or edits, that we would put that in the comment section. Dr. Yeager, I know you have like your plate extremely full, but for those latter three that we have not spent time on, and actually even that social media one, I think the policy piece, actually, no, the policy reference is there. So I'm sorry about that. I was going to ask if you could give that a double look. But Mr. Pruitt, if you don't mind, could you take a look at these as well? I know with our first few norms, you sat in on our meetings, and that was just helpful just to have that, you know, the legal eyes looking at them as well.
Sure,
And that
I'd be
way
glad to.
we'll, okay. All right. And we'll see how far we get, but the goal is to have these, especially the ones that we spent 6 hours on, ready for next week. Does that feel okay does that sound okay? Is that doable for everyone?
Yes.
I think it is.
Okay, Dr. Dykeman, so if you can give us commenting privileges, not editing privileges, because I've deleted some stuff in a couple of documents over the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, comment only.
Okay.
Very important documents. So yeah. Are there any other like questions or discussions or thoughts that people want to share about this before we move to number 13?
I only want to hear from Linda.
All right, so we'll move forward with item number 13, which is adjournment. The floor is open for a motion.
I don't want to disappoint. I move that we adjourn.
All right.
Second.
All right, so Ms. Davis made the motion, Mr. Davis the second. Seeing that there are no objections, we are adjourned at